fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got really outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Section's very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRating roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
What a championship this is turning out to be. We've only gone 4 rounds so far, and it's turning out to be an incredibly competitive and dramatic series here in 2022. The Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. We're here for round 5 at Interlagos. We've got Super Split 2 and Split 1 action coming up for you here tonight. Over 3 scintillating 26-lap races. It's the Too Easy Finance Interlagos Sprint. The Split 1 drivers will be negotiating 2 26-lap races around the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache here, with compulsory pit stops in both races, and it's more or less the same for Split 2 as well. I'm Reese Gardner, it's Dan Yeaman alongside me with Jay Kennedy handling production in the background. And Dan, it is looking like a very foggy Sao Paulo out there. The drivers will have their visibility challenged, which is perhaps the worst thing that can happen at a circuit like this. It's incredibly twisty, it's very demanding, lots of elevation change over its short distance, but it's a legendary track here at Interlagos. It's hosted the Brazilian Grand Prix for as long as either of us can remember, being 90s babies, but I'm looking forward to seeing how the Super Split 2 drivers handle this.
Sure will, Reese. Thank you there for the introduction, and thank you to everyone tuning in to join us this evening here in virtual Brazil. And indeed, here is your track map of the current configuration of the Interlagos Grand Prix circuit. Of course, seen quite a few changes over the years after that original opening date in 1940, but it's a track that we know and love for some time now here in the modern era. And of course, the Center S opening corner there, and then through Curva de Sol, the Reta Reposta, that second back straightaway, then into that middle sector as well after you get past the City del Lago there, Reese. The sequence of twisting corners and hairpins means you've got to really try and find a balance between sectors 1 and 2, and then that third sector as well. Do you prioritize the straight line speed? Do you prioritize getting as much rotation and grip out of the car for the slower corners? And can you get yourself a middle ground that'll work out for you here tonight? Should be a good one, I think, indeed. And yeah, definitely challenging conditions you can see there in the background currently, but currently early morning for Super Split 2 means that we might get a chance of that fog breaking up a little bit. And well, after the Logitech G SCOP support series on Friday night, where we saw complete darkness for the second race of the flat sixes, I could suggest that, well, this is probably a little bit easier on the eyes than the headlights and the darkness that we saw then.
Indeed. The vision is obscured a little bit by the fog, but we can very clearly see the drivers making their way around the circuit, riding on board with the 067 machine. It's Jason Fewens, who's just crossed the line there to begin one of his practice laps here. At the end of practice, there is no qualifying for Split 2. The grid is set by the times that they put down in pre-qualifying over 3 days during the week, and there's an awful lot of effort that goes into getting those 4 laps of pre-qualifying in. Lots of preparation, lots of studying of this track and of the cars as well. These cars are known as some of the hardest to drive on the iRacing service, and you've really got to push to get the best out of them. But you've also got to make sure that there's a nice balance in the way you drive these things. Jason Fewens showing that, it's very easy to get the front end light here if you go a bit too hard into some of these hairpin corners.
Yeah, that is very much true indeed, and yeah, got to be very careful. Got to get the braking done before you turn it in all the way here. I've found with my own experience with the car, it doesn't particularly like all that much trail braking, at least, so a little bit of a different approach to some of the other cars that you might drive here on iRacing. If you like to sort of get yourself a bit of experience across various different cars on the service. You see here Jason making his way up past the middle of boxes now, and well, it is all flat out in pretty much every car that comes into Interlagos, but they do technically count as corners here, and then up against the pit wall as you do. Bit like a qualifying run here for Jason there at the end that lap there, and then hard on the brakes with a descending, dipping corner. Probably going to be the toughest one on the track for these guys tonight, because lose that front right and that front left to locking brakes, and you'll see those cars go a long way off the track, as unfortunately there he's lost it around Curve to Sol and just finds the pit exit wall there on the inside.
Very easy to do in this car with 650 horsepower going through those rear wheels and through a locked diff to boot. Fact of the matter is, these cars going through those long corners, you have to be very careful putting the power down. But we could see from that onboard from Jason Fewens that the visibility around here is still reasonable for the drivers out there. Doesn't seem like there's too much in the way of them in terms of fog when you get close, but if there's an incident far ahead, you're not going to know if there's much going on until you get right to that incident. We're focusing on Simon Mazzomo in a very Asics sneaker-like livery here. Independent at the moment is Simon Mazzomo, driving for himself, and he's put in a great deal of effort in the past few months, really getting up to speed. But we're hearing that he might attempt a pit entry here on this lap, and we will get a taste for what the pit lane is going to be like here at Interlagos. Dan, the pit entry here, obviously the track has been updated a little bit in the real world. We're still using the old pit entry here on iRacing. You've got to cut across the pit entry for the fastest line around the last real kink on your way to the start-finish line. So if someone decides to pit in front of you, there's a chance that you might run into the back of them.
It's certainly a bit of a chance of it, but we would think that the guys here will avoid that particular issue. Mazzomo's just going to let a couple of guys through here on the inside. And yeah, so through some boxes we come there, turn 14, then a little kink here at turn 15. And it turns out you don't need to actually commit to that line, but yeah, you're obviously bringing the car to the left. And you can see they're braking after the tyre bundle that separates the pit lane wall there. So I would think that most of the guys here tonight, we shouldn't be seeing too many issues with drivers running up the rear end of cars, bringing it into the pits if they're staying out on track, whether that be qualifying for the main events later on or the races that we've got coming up tonight. So I think we should be fairly safe from that one, but I guess it could happen hypothetically. So I guess don't rule it out tonight across all of our races or qualifying tonight later on.
Indeed. Another issue that drivers might face at the pit entry area is if they're on the outside of someone and wanting to come into the pits, they're going to have to get on the brakes a little bit beforehand, which could cost them time. But you see Zach Ski there demonstrating how you cut across that pit entry to just shorten the run to the start-finish line. Under 5 minutes to go, and it seems that Ben Morris is the one with the pace in this practice session. And Simon Chadwick, not that far behind in the 9.5 SimSports 957, just half a tenth off. So it looks like, at least between those guys, it's certainly going to be a very quick race. But Matty Jones is the one who has gotten pole position for Super Split 2, putting himself in 41st position in pre-qualifying. Only 4 thousandths of a second between himself and Blake Delaney. So either way, no matter how you look at it, it's going to be one heck of a race up the front.
Yeah, looking at the times currently in practice, obviously it is a practice session, and thanks to the way the pre-qualifying sets the grid for Super Split 2, of course, does mean that it isn't too much of an indication, perhaps, depending on how drivers are treating things here. So these guys obviously just making sure they've got themselves in race-ready condition for this one tonight. And yeah, I think looking at the numbers we've currently got in session, I mean, yeah, top 6 covered by just under 3/10. That all looks pretty steady there. In the top 10, almost half a second, just over in that fact there. So I think yeah, we've got good potential here tonight in terms of lap times and plenty of options there when it comes to who can get the win, depending, well, based on the pace numbers, but obviously fairly decent race ahead of us, just over 110 kilometres with the 26 laps that we're going to have on the board in a couple minutes time here, Reese. So certainly anything could happen there, as one lap pace certainly doesn't make the be all and end all in a car like this.
No, certainly not. It's all about preserving those tyres, making sure that you have what you need at the end of the race, particularly in terms of the rear, because I think a lack of rear grip is certainly not going to be your friend here at Interlagos, particularly when it comes to the run out of these corners. That front stretch, it's basically flat out all the way from Junção to the braking zone for turn 1. So you get the throttle application just right out of there, you will gain tenths, absolute chunks of time on your rivals. It looks like the majority of drivers are keeping it nice and stable through Curva do Sol as well. They can use all of the curb there on the exit, but coming down here to Descida do Lago, you have to stay a bit tight on the exit as well. See right there, the AstroTurf on the outside of that corner. You put a wheel on it, then you're going to get an off-track 1X. And considering the incident limit at play, it's only 20 incidents drivers are allowed to have in these races. They are going to want to make sure not to go wide at turn 4.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the major places to be careful about. Around Interlagos, of course, very, very easy, as you're saying there, to push the car too wide, because it is a very forgiving off-track. Let's have a quick look at it on the virtual racing score replay here for, pardon me, it's the 95 Glenn Postlethwaite. Just missed the car number in there. You can see there, Postley that time there, fairly conservative. A couple cars in behind him there, pushing a little bit further there, Reese, but all of them looking like they were well within track limits on that particular occasion. Here in Interlagos, it is the older track limits rule, which means that if the centre line of the car goes beyond the white line here, that will be enough to get that penalty. So obviously drivers have to keep that in mind, especially given also touring car style racing here. Expect plenty of elbows out in the early phases and just about all the way through the race, I dare suspect.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case here. Interlagos has always turned it up in terms of V8SCOPS action. In fact, one of the first ever full reverse grid races we had in this championship took place here at Interlagos, and Wayne Burke took his first V8SCOPS win back then. He'll be hoping that there's a little bit more luck for him here at Interlagos. Berkey's not going to be racing here in Split 2. It's all going to be down to these drivers who could not make it into the top 40. And they only have a single 26-lap race to work themselves out. Michael Whiting, 11th place in practice at the moment. Only 0.03 of a second off Luke Holland, last driver in the top 10 in the practice times. Whiting has shown in the past that he has what it takes to really set the timing sheets alight in this series in the past. Of course, one of many drivers who has missed out on a good result due to luck, incidents, or otherwise. But the practice session is over, and we can go into our 26-lap race here. And starting on pole position is going to be Matty Jones, with Blake Delaney starting alongside him. Glenn Postlethwaite puts his Synergy car next to the pursuit machine of Zach Skay, with James Chastaneuf and Alex Court rounding out the top 6. In 7th place, it's going to be Simon Chadwick, starting alongside Ben Christensen. Luke Holland in 9th. Michael Whiting, who we were watching at the end of practice, rounds out the top 10. And Alan Dawson and Jason Fewens, 11th and 12th.
Row number 7 is going to be shared tonight by Steve Jenkins and Vincent Skilbeck there, 13th and 14th respectively. Jamie McKnight returns back to Scops competition once again, 15th place start for him here tonight, with Craig Schultz having moved to 9.5 Sim Sport, starting out of P16 tonight. Rob Carmichael, one of the latest drivers to join Pursuit Sim Racing, will be starting out of 17th. He's got Bruce Tannick alongside him for 18th place. Simon Vella there in 19th, and Ben Morris to round out our top 20. Simon Mazzomo there 21st, with Stephen Kokoschke in 22nd, and then Liam Jensen and Aaron Gilbert rounding out our top 24 drivers here tonight.
Paul Young starts out at 25th alongside Andrew Ritchie. Then it's Justin Clayton and Damien Cairns who round out the 14th row. Braden Martin and David Coleman 29th and 30th, with Matthew Brunt and Stuart Crawford the last two drivers to take up the grid here at Interlagos. Simon Black, Nick Parker and Michael Korolev are part of race control at Oceanic Sim Racing, the guys who run this series. And if there's a big enough incident out on track, you'll see Nick Parker out there in the Porsche 718 Cayman safety car. All right, now we think about the run to turn 1 here. During the support series on Friday night, I did highlight that the run to turn 1 is pretty short here at Interlagos off a standing start, so not much time for drivers to get an advantage on their rivals going into the braking zone. That said, if you bog down off the start, then it's not going to be a good time for you, because you're going to get swamped.
Yeah, that is a very good point indeed. I think also something we saw from the supports racing on Friday that's worth noting is we saw a lot of drivers on that inside line getting a good launch in comparison to the drivers on the outside, which, while you can see here, staggered grid as per sort of Grand Prix style means that, of course, Matty Jones has got about a car's length advantage over Blake Delaney here. I think, certainly that can be undone if one of these drivers has a poor start, but I think be curious to see if that advantages we saw on the inside line was just a case of drivers getting a better launch with technique rather than, say, track conditions and where the rubber starts out at this circuit, or if maybe that is going to be a part to play here with this launch coming up in about 10 seconds time.
Yes, we've got a little bit longer than that, unfortunately, because the grid timer set to 3 minutes at the start of every V8SCOPS race session as the last couple of drivers make their way onto the grid, a few of them leaving it as late as possible, trying not to start on tyres that are too cold, because they do start losing temperature when you bring yourself out onto the grid. It's Ford versus Holden on the front row, Mustang versus Commodore, Matty Jones and Blake Delaney. Who is going to get the best run into turn 1? Will there be anyone in the midfield who takes advantage of opening lap chaos to put themselves in a potential podium position? 3 seconds, 2 seconds and 1 second. The rev rise, and we are going to go away here. Into turn 1, V8SCOPS action at Interlagos is go, and it was a slightly better start from Blake Delaney. He's going to pass Matty Jones for the lead going into turn 1. Zach Ski sees the door open and thinks about a move there on Matty Jones, but has to back out of it. He's going to slot into third potentially as they make their way through turns 2 and 3. A big spin there for Simon Chadwick, but he manages to keep it together. Everyone's going to have to take avoiding action there for him. Oh, he gets rear-ended by Vincent Skilbeck, and they're going to almost go 3 wide. This is a big smash coming up here. Oh, goodness gracious. That's a huge pile-up that's taken out the rear of the field. Aaron Gilbert involved, Stuart Crawford, David Coleman, Andrew Ritchie, Luke Holland, Simon Mazzomo. Oh, goodness gracious. There's a lot of drivers involved in that one.
Yeah, the body count racking up very quickly there for that one. And just a case of people piling in, it felt like there, Reese, despite the fact that Chadwick was trying to clean his car up and keep it gathered together. They're still very busy. Oh, side by side, we've got between McKnight and Carmichael. Another half spin there. McKnight, pardon me, able to pick it up there off the exit of turn 8 and regather the car there and get going. So, thankfully, no further drama so far. But then, oh my, 393 there. That belongs to Simon Vella, trying to go around the outside of Pico Pardo there and locking up the outside tyre. So, he drops back a spot there and has to try and gather it back up and regain the momentum. It's a very, very busy opening lap here. These guys trying to get every advantage they can on this first lap. Looks like someone in the background there had a bit of a rough run off of the final corner. It was Bruce Tannock in the 123, and now he's being pressured by Paul Young around the outside down the front straight here. We're going to have these two do the drag race into the center S here to start lap 2. And nice and steady on the brakes there from Paul Young. He's not looking to push that one too hard. Someone off in the grass, though, ahead.
Postlethwaite.
Glenn Postlethwaite going for a run through the grass indeed, but I think there was someone else maybe. No, oh dear, and then trouble for Craig Schultz there on screen with the 654. As you mentioned just at the top of the broadcast, debuting for 9.5 Sim Sports this week, and unfortunately that's not gone to plan there with that run. There's more action there with Ben Christensen getting up the inside of Postlethwaite, but back through goes Postlethwaite. Oh, careful there, guys.
Hey.
Little bit of rub and bump there up into Ferradura, but looks like they're going to calm down for now. Maybe keep my careful now because they're still side by side here. It's into turn number 8.
Yes, well, Glenn Postlethwaite's issues started a little earlier when he made contact with Zach Skee coming out of Junsao. Posy gets the incident done as we have a replay of that first lap incident. Oh, that was a big hit there for Simon Chadwick getting turned around. And you can see he tries his best to gather it up, but everyone behind isn't quite aware, and they go for it. And in the midst of all of it, two cars come together, and that just spirals into a chain reaction that takes out almost the entire rear few places of the field. And it's any wonder that the safety car wasn't brought out for that one, but it looks like everyone was able to get going again. So now Postlethwaite back in 8th, but Blake Delaney in the lead from Matty Jones. He's almost a second. Oh, yeah, Possy's had another issue there at turn 1. He makes contact with Ben Christensen.
Yeah, it wasn't so much Posse. It was actually the 062 there of Alan Dawson in way too hot under brakes. Apologies to break up the flow there, Reese, because that almost became a moment where we had Dawson becoming a bit of a cannonball that wiped out a few more drivers ahead of him. So very lucky there, despite locking it up and sending it into the grass. No one else taken out with him, but certainly spooked a few guys around. Oh, we've got lap traffic causing contact. Oh, turn 5. Looks like cars scatter and everyone's okay for now. Quick look at the VRS replay here, Reese. That's what happened to Dawson there. And that's what sort of, yeah, we saw there, Posy, little spook as well in the rejoin. Almost fires back across the track. And then just up at turn 5 ahead of these guys, it all unfolded here. So the 313 of Luke Holland still out in track after that earlier smash. And you can see here, guys trying to get around him. And then the contact there, 851, that was in the hands of Stephen Kokoschke. You can see it caused Rob Carmichael. Oh, and then, yeah, further contact there, 43 and 124. Goodness, yeah, Bruce Tannock there in the 123. He's been sent to the fence quite rapidly there, unfortunately. So, yeah, lots of drivers getting entangled. And the replay keeps going here, Reese.
Goodness, there's just this long string of incidents. Damien Cairns is the one we're focusing on. What on earth went on for him at Bico de Pato? Let's see then, as trying to go up the inside there is Kokoschke and bumps him around. That's a spin across the circuit there and gets his nose chopped for good measure. Very unfortunate. Well, it looks like now that we're on lap 3, the pit window is open and we see drivers in the pits. Kokoschke, one of them, with Jason Fewens and David Coleman in as well. It's a drive-through for Kokoschke. It was a very quick decision there by race control for the contact on lap 1. Kokoschke was involved in that to some extent. So, back to racing action then. The battle for 7th place. Christensen, Postlethwaite, Jenkins and Jensen all in a line here. Posy trying his best to recover. And I have to say, Postlethwaite certainly has what it takes to finish on the podium in Split 2. He's even gone for a few Split 1 drives as he tries to go around the outside of Ben Christensen. Is he going to line this one up? It looks like he is. Up the inside for Bico de Pato. That's fantastic there from Christensen, but it looks like Christensen has put a couple of wheels out into the grass, and now he's gotten himself involved with Simon Vella and the driver of Rob Carmichael, who tries his best to stay out of the way. They sort themselves out, and oh goodness, they both have trouble putting the power down. Oh, it's so difficult to get on the throttle out of Junsao, but it looks like Christensen has managed to only just keep Rob Carmichael behind them. They've got to watch out for Paul Young, though. He's there lurking in the background in his Commodore.
Yeah, all these guys really sort of pushing these cars to their limits, as you would expect in a race. And you can see, look at more front locking. Now, that particular car there, that would be Simon Vella in the 393. And then trouble for Ben Morris at turn 1. And he's gathered it back up there. Not too much fuss for him, but it's tripped up one of the cars ahead. Justin Clayton in the 120 there for Legacy Sim Sports. So, yeah, just more guys. They're pushing incredibly hard on the brakes as a result. Locking tyres, I'm seeing from a fair few guys here. And then just overshooting the corner a little bit there. And we're getting, and a lot of people too, also really struggling with the traction here tonight and eager to get on the power. And it's punishing them as a result here.
Yeah, things are going wrong quite early here. Remember, it's a 26-lap race. We're only a fifth of the way into it. It's a cool track as well, 24 degrees Celsius. That makes you feel like you have more grip, but at the same time, when you do lose grip, it's a lot more knife edge between these drivers. So, Postlethwaite making his way to the front of that pack. Steve Jenkins trying his best to chase him down. Ran 3/10 faster than Postlethwaite on the last lap, but don't forget, Posy had a car to negotiate on the way too. So we'll see what the pace between these guys really looks like as we check back with Rob Carmichael driving behind Ben Christensen, who is also looking to recover for positions from the start. Looks like a nice slipstream for Rob Carmichael. Is he going to go for the move at turn 1? Very short run to turn 1 from the start-finish line. Gets on the brakes as late as he dares. Can he pull it up in time? Oh, they push each other a bit wide there. Had to get on the brakes to avoid, did Paul Young, but now he's right on the back of Rob Carmichael.
Yeah, just in a fraction deep for Carmichael in that particular one there. Unable to pull it up cleanly in there. That little bit of bump and rub. And see there, has to try again on Ben Christensen. But certainly the more he tries to attack like that, the more that's going to bring Young. Well, Young is already there, I should say, Reese. He doesn't have much further to go. And, well, be careful if he tries another move like that and doesn't quite pull it up. Paul Young, I reckon, will be all over him. Have a quick look a couple of cars further forward because Jamie McKnight just got through on Liam Jensen, but Liam's not done with trying to get that spot back here through this mid-sector of the circuit, through Pinarino just there, and up to Bigo Tapato they come, but looking there, and then exit of the corner, looks like McKnight's got a little bit better drive, this time by through the slower stuff, and I think Liam's going to have to start thinking about the defence, because Alan Dawson, just behind him there in the 062, will be looking to get a move on as well in the next couple of corners, I dare suggest, Reese.
Yeah, well, as things stand, Alan Dawson is the only driver other than Alex Court who has not had any changes of position so far. He's still where he started in 11th, looking to break into the top 10. And as they come across the line, we'll see the lap times here. Dawson a little bit too far back to get the move done on Jensen, but he really makes up time in the latter part of the braking zone. Not going to be any moves done here for the time being, and he's still too far back for a move into Desida do Lago. As I'm seeing Rob Carmichael has decided to pop into pit lane. He's gotten his pit stop done. About 9.6 seconds is the time from him. So that really sets the standard for what we'll see from the drivers when they come into the pits. If you can run a pit stop faster than that, then you've got a good advantage.
Yeah, just very curious to see there. It looks like 9.5 seconds, as you said there, means probably getting just the 2 tyres. That is the minimum requirement for the compulsory stop here that we'll see in Super Split 2 and also our 2 Split 1 races later on this evening. Just a bit of commentary and chatter earlier today from a couple of drivers who were thinking about racing or otherwise just had some thoughts about tyre strategy here depending on the conditions, and considering maybe the idea if you take 4 tyres here, perhaps Reese, despite that taking obviously longer, but track evolution, tyre degradation, and temperatures all being things to have to consider, that factors in consideration. But speaking of weather, right now it's 20 degrees air temperature, 24 degrees track temperature here for our Super Split 2 drivers, and not even 8 o'clock in the virtual morning. So I think maybe 2 tyres here tonight will be quite a plausible and feasible option, but I guess we'll have to wait and see as race control, another black flag for Stephen Kokoschki for the lap 3 incident that we caught on camera earlier on there.
Yeah, it's a torrid night for Kokoschki, but we take a look at Michael Whiting, who apparently it's his birthday today, so we definitely wish the best of happy returns to Mr. Whiting as he tries to chase down James Chastaneuf. A podium here at Interlagos would be an excellent birthday present for him, but he's still a fair way away from the first place, which is the one that really counts in Super Split 2. If you win the Split 2 race, then you get the opportunity to participate in the Split 1 action later on in the night. You don't have to, but hey, it's certainly a good opportunity for drivers to show what they can really do. Blake Delaney, the one out in front at the moment, he's got 1.6 seconds over Matty Jones, starting to come up on some lapped traffic, but considering they're coming onto the straight now, shouldn't be too much of a problem there for Blake. It's Kokoschki in front of him, who will undoubtedly pull in here to serve his second drive-through. Meanwhile, Chastaneuf, who absolutely elevated himself up into third place, under threat now from Michael Whiting, who goes for the move coming into turn one. Oh, a little bit of a lock-up there for Whiting, was able to draw alongside, but Chasty is still in front as they go through turn two.
Yeah, that's good defense there from Chastaneuf, and even didn't, and I said defense, but he didn't even have to go off the racing line there. Kept the door open. Speaking of another move into turn one, there goes Ben Christensen. Or is he defending from Paul Young now at this stage of the race? Actually, a bit of back and forth as the answer there. Young getting ahead down the front stretch, and Christensen getting back under brakes there at turn one. So let's see the back and forth. You can see the inside line certainly powerful, but not all powerful here. If you can give the space around the outside at turn one, you can hang on for turns two and then back through three. As Young trying the outside for turns 4 and 5 to Cedar Lago, but nothing coming off this time by Reese. He's going to be on the bumper as we head up the hill to Ferradura and Larahina, and looks like Christensen will have that covered for the time being. But, well, if they're racing this hard, certainly could change any time now.
That it could. Oh, Christensen going a little bit deep there. No opportunity for Young to get by, though. Could it be a move at Bico DePato? Has a bit of a run, but gets on the brakes early. It looks like Young is setting up for a run down the front straight here. But you can see that Christensen in the middle of these hairpin turns is struggling at the moment, just not able to get the consistent pace and mid-corner speed that drivers like Young are able to. Looks like a bit of a straighter exit for Young as well, but maybe not so much of an advantage. Back up to the battle for third. Chastaneuf now definitely defensive against Michael Whiting. Bumper to bumper through turn two. Chastity just stays ahead. Now can Whiting get in the slipstream here down the Retta Oposta and go for a run into Descida do Lago. This is going to be very tight between these two as Young goes up the inside of Christensen and manages to get the position. Chastaneuf still having to defend meanwhile on the left side of the screen from Michael Whiting. Brilliant battles going up all around this circuit.
Yeah, good to see. We've got ourselves plenty of action to decide to have a look at, and, well, yeah, these guys continue to go at it. I'm very curious to see, that time, as you said, Chastaneuf opting to defend down the front stretch. Michael Whiting's in that second time he's had a look at one of these these mid-track hairpins, pardon me. Last time was Bico DePato, but decided not to commit to it. He's certainly close enough, but it's going to be one heck of a dive. The door's open. You can see it just shows half a nose on the approach to turn 10, but all that's going to do at this stage is narrow the entry and prevent him from straightening up the exit as early as preferable, and it just gives Chastaneuf a bit of a breather here, it seems, down through Magulo and up to Junsao. But again, look at that very narrow entry again from Whiting, trying to really force the issue with Chastaneuf, but looks like Chasty focusing on his line and not his mirrors, which is a good sign when it comes to his defensive driving at this stage.
Well, at this point now for Michael Whiting, I think the better decision would be to pit just before Chastaneuf. Well, he's not going to be able to do that because Chastaneuf has just come into the pits there. So Chasty hoping to get a little bit of an undercut here on fresher tyres and put a bit of space between himself and Michael Whiting. At the same time, Whiting has clear air now, so we can truly get a picture of what his pace is like. More drivers coming in, Jamie McKnight and Liam Jensen, who were fighting over positions just outside the top 10. They're joined by Matthew Brunt. And it's looking like pit stops going off nicely for all these guys. A 10.3 second stop for Chastaneuf, 9.7 seconds for McKnight, 11 seconds for Liam Jensen, and 11.3 for Matthew Brunt. So Chastaneuf's pit stop time, all well and good. His cone-to-cone time, 25.3. That's not the fastest we've seen so far.
No, it's not, but he's looking pretty good also. Crudely, he's come out in some nice clean air ahead to the tune of about 2.5 seconds to Ben Morrison next up the road, and a second behind to Braden Martin, who's currently got his own race on there with Simon Chabak in the background as shot as they make their way up through Ferradura and Larahina this time by. And there goes Chabak up the inside for turn 8. Martin not opting to defend too hard. Maybe, though, can hang on to the apex here for turn 9. And he's given the space by Chabak, but now surely with the inside for Bico de Pardo, Chabak here finishes the move, and Martin's going to have to try and either fight back down the front straight away, although he tried for half a second to try and go around the outside, not able to commit through there. So back up once again to Paul Young and Ben Christensen. They're still going at it, although Christensen now trying to stay on the rear end of Young, and he's got Justin Clayton in behind looking at challenge. Meanwhile, Matty Jones responding to James Chastanov's pit stop. That is not too surprising there, as a whole host of drivers also opt to bring it down the lane.
Postlethwaite, Jenkins, Dawson and Christensen all making their way into the lane on this lap, and that was very close there for Glenn Postlethwaite. That releases Paul Young into 6th place, and he's got some nice some very nice gaps in front and behind as Chastanov drawing up now on Matty Jones, just coming out of the pit lane. And tell you what, the battle there is a lot closer than it was, so I'm interested to see where Michael Whiting comes out in all of this. I think with Chastanov having those extra couple of laps on the fresher tyres, I think Whiting is going to come out behind these guys. Having said that, on the fresher tyres, he'll have the opportunity to come back at them later in the race, as Postlethwaite is now side by side with Steve Jenkins in the 923. Postlethwaite goes up the inside into Ferradura and sorts out 15th on the road at the moment. But the leading car that has pitted is Matty Jones. Oh, have a look at that. Ben Christensen. Sorry, it's Liam Jensen and Rob Carmichael, my apologies, fighting now over 18th place. They've completed their stops. They're going to be racing to the end.
Yeah, they should do indeed, but you can see they're a bit further down the order from where they'd like to be, I suppose. Carmichael having pitted this down 2 spots. Jensen's actually up 5 spots from where he started this race, despite having a pit stop to his name. Paul Young and Justin Clayton, meanwhile, they also bring their cars down onto the lane this time by, with Simon Chabak following in as well. So there's more. Oh, no, that's Clayton absolutely missing the pit box and then some. Surely that's going to absolutely murder his stationary time there, as we have a quick look at Braden Martin, who's continuing on, yet to pit out of what is now P8 for him. So he will head back down the order at some point soon. And other cars there, Jamie McKnight is currently running net third, which you saw there in the 027, having pitted back on lap 10 as well. So he's in a decent looking spot here. But back to Glenn Postlethwaite. Here comes Jenkins this time up the inside for Decido Delago. And he's there under brakes, more there or thereabouts. Reese given the space for Postlethwaite, but also gives the space back in return. So they're going to go side by side up to Ferradura here.
Once again, and it's also Glenn Postlethwaite this time, who also has the inside for Ferradura, manages to defend. It does look like Jenkins is the one with the pace here. Ever since Postlethwaite came in for his stop, I think he's been having trouble getting the heat into those tyres, and he gets tapped around by Jenkins, but Liam pulls over and lets Postlethwaite go to redress the manoeuvre, or does he? Looks like he's decided to commit there. Either way, I think that might be a penalty coming in from race control.
Yes, that should be indeed, as more drivers down the lane. Zach Ski and Michael Whiting bring it in from what is 3rd and 4th currently, respectively. Now, interesting to see there, Whiting and Delaney were running 1-2, both in the Fishy Motorsports garage tonight, and opting to split the strategy a fraction here. Obviously, Delaney out in front by about a second before the pit stops, and this will be very curious to see what it does, given Matty Jones has just set his personal best of the race, a 32.7, and is lapping almost a second faster than what Blake Delaney managed last time around. So if he keeps that kind of pace up, he'll be back on the bumper of Delaney after that breather that the 08 was able to establish at the beginning of this race. You can see there, Whiting brings the car back out and has fallen. Pardon me, where have you gone? Michael, you've come in behind James Chastanon. Apologies there for the delay, and indeed the gap up the road, nearly 3 seconds. So the overcut has not worked so far. The question is whether he'll have that advantage towards the end here.
Yeah, especially if Jones and Chastaneuf start to battle. That will be very interesting to behold when that eventually comes around. Virtual Racing School replay we're going to check out here. Big supporter of SimSpeed TV is VRS. It's once again Glenn Postlethwaite and Liam Jenkins coming together. Postlethwaite, Steve Jenkins, my apologies, just tapping him around. And it was a case of Postlethwaite going a little bit slower into the hairpin, but Steve Jenkins would have definitely seen that coming. Would have probably thought, oh, I could have afforded to back off a little bit into there, avoid tapping Posy around. So it's Blake Delaney and Alex Court out in front at the moment. Delaney all on his own with some lap traffic for company. He's currently 8.5 seconds ahead of Alex Court, making his way down to Interlagos in that After Dark sim racing machine. Excellent team logo there, bringing that synthwave energy to V8SCOPS. But as things stand, Court up 4 places from where he started. I get the feeling that he's going to come out roughly around where Zach Ski and Jamie McKnight are when he eventually decides to come in. The drivers still have plenty of time to negotiate the last half of this race. The fact is, the pit window closes 2 laps from the end.
Yes, indeed. End of lap 24, just so there's no confusion there. You can see top 3 in total are our drivers yet to pit from the front of the field. And then Damien Cairns is still making his way around at the moment on his starting set of tyres as well. Now, QC, you reckon that Alex Court might be someone who comes out around Zach Ski's position, who you can see there now on screen. Just having a look at the gap for Delaney back to Matty Jones, which is, or was, I should say, around 23 seconds, as Delaney's just brought the car onto the pit lane. I reckon Alex follows him in. I get the feeling Alex is probably a little bit further back, maybe between McKnight and Cairns, or maybe even towards the back of the top 10 for the moment, as up on the jacks goes the 08 of Delaney. Now, curiously, Matty Jones had 1 good lap and then didn't really improve as well as I thought last time, but he's already back into the mid 133, so this is going to be close on pit exit. So there we go, side by side with you now, and this is certainly closer than what it was between Matty Jones and James Chastaneuf. This is going to be very close to drags, and there you go, damaged car as well on the inside of turn 3, means that Jones has to run wide a little early. We're going to have a complete drag race off the line, but Jones ahead at the blue cone, marking the pit exit. Fresher tyres from Delaney. He's up the inside immediately here at Interlagos. Space given by Jones. He has to be careful not to push him out wide. So little wiggle from the rear end there. But these guys are back at it. And so that has done quite nicely there for Jones. I thought the undercut, obviously effective, but maybe wasn't quite as powerful as I thought, given the lap pace immediately after that personal best that he put up. But, oh, there go Delaney immediately up the inside of turn 8. He's not letting this one go here, Reese.
No, he ain't, and given the outside here, chops the nose off Matty Jones and keeps the race lead. Oh, this is going to be a great battle, as we see. Oh, Simon Vella trying to get out of the way of people. He's the damaged car that we saw a little bit earlier. He popped the engine in the braking zone for the first turn, unfortunately, so he's having to tour around the circuit and make his way back to the pits. Here we go, you'll see the engine go bang here on the downshift, and out it goes. Very unfortunate there for Vella. He was running in the top 10 at the time, but one of the few cars left, in fact the only car left, still not to come into the pits yet. Unfortunately, he's going to be coming in with a big damage repair bill.
Yeah, and that will see him, I presume, at this stage of the race, not likely to return, and he's still only just made it to Bico de Pardo for your information, as we watch the leaders make their way round Curva de Sol for the 17th time in this race. You can see there now, our drivers all lined up now with pit stops complete. Top 5 are back together quite a lot closer than it was at the race start. 2.5 seconds covers those drivers here. And you can see now Delaney, having just had that lap on the fresh tyres, seems to have put that gap almost a second back between him and Matty Jones this time by. So after getting that position back, he has put the foot down to the floor. No time to waste here for the 08.
Yeah, going for the late pit stop there, definitely advantageous for Delaney as Simon Vella brings it into the pit lane. Fortunately, aside from that big scare on the run-up to Ferradura, no other cars involved with him as he tried to make his way back into his box. So, Now, the battle for third is still on. James Chastaneuf is still holding off Michael Whiting here behind Matty Jones, and it looks like Jones has been able to get a slight gap over these guys, but it's a three-way battle for the final spot on the podium. It's Chastaneuf, Whiting, and Zach Ski who are battling for that place, and we're hearing that Steve Jenkins got a black flag for that incident with Glenn Postlethwaite. No surprise there as we ride on board with Zach Ski on the way into turn one. Such a short braking zone here. You can brake a little bit later than you initially think, lap after lap. Got to try to put the power down here through turn two, the center S, turns 1 and 2, for an optimal run onto the back straight. Doesn't look like Ski has much to fight with Chastaneuf and Whiting at the moment, but if he can keep the pace up, and if they end up battling, he'll be right there to take advantage.
I guess it's a question of mindset for someone like Ski. There's that gap. You do indeed mention that it means that Whiting isn't under too much pressure and focusing his attention on the attack on Chastaneuf. But if Zach can just sit there, obviously, and mind his business, for all he knows, something will unfold directly ahead of him, and he's got maybe just enough time to respond, because Whiting continuing to show the nose into these hairpins through the middle of the lap here and try and unsettle Chastaneuf. But it looks like for now, Chastaneuf is staying eyes forward to try and get back onto the bumper of Matty Jones, and pressure there once again, and try and sneak yourself a second place. But look at that, good traction off of Bico Tapato for Whiting. As you think about a move into Jun Sao, this would be a very interesting position. Again, showing the nose. It's a very interesting decision, I think, Reese. Continue to show these inside lines. It really looks like, despite the good traction, he's just compromising himself, especially here through Jun Sao, given it's the run to turn one.
Yeah, I agree. He'd probably be better served just backing off into Jun Sao, trying to focus on the exit, but hey, it's working out for him in the slipstream down the front stretch. He's going to be on the outside coming into turn one. Chastaneuf, once again, as late on the brakes as he dares to try and keep that position. This is a very intense battle as they make bumper-to-bumper contact. Whiting backs out of it just a little bit. This has brought Zach Ski right into it. This is the moment that Ski was waiting for. Can he get fourth place from the birthday boy, Michael Whiting? He's going to have to switch to driver's right for the entry to Interlagos, but nothing doing for the time being, and not much chance of an over-under move there either. Trying to tighten the line out of the corner, get up the inside of your rival. Whiting still fancies a move up the inside of Chastaneuf at Ferradura. My goodness, he is working those mirrors of Chastaneuf very heavily, isn't he? As he tries once again that inside line. This is a tactic that we see many drivers do. It's trying to psych out your rival, move around in the mirrors, maybe not go for a full-on move, but try and unsettle them enough that they'll make a mistake and allow you past them. Here we go then. Chastaneuf continuing to just put on a stalwart defense here versus Whiting, who has a big oversteer moment there coming down to Jun Sao. Have a look at how much Zach Ski widened out the entry to Jun Sao. Meanwhile, that would have been an off track for him, and he'll be hoping that it translates into a good run down the front stretch.
Hasn't translated into a good run at this stage as we pass by Sabita's boxes, Reese. If we look out the back of Whiting's car, you'll see the gap has opened up once again. Slipstream for Whiting seems to be incredibly strong. Is there up the inside this time? He thinks about it into the center S, but Chastaneuf is about as late as he can manage on the brakes. He has to give the space this time, though, to Whiting to through the center S at turn two, but Whiting on the outside is unable to hold the position, and Zach Ski is now there on his right rear corner as they come out of the Curva del Sol and down the Reta Raposa. Good running now on the exit of that turn for Ski. He's directly alongside Whiting as we come into Desierto del Lago, but Whiting has been deep under brakes most of the race, and he's able to shut the door there on corner exit. Ski not able to hold him tight there, so they stay as they are, but now Chastaneuf has that breather he's been hoping to get this race. It's half a second only, but, well, now Whiting's got to do all that work again and then some. Clearly inside-outside hasn't been working at turn one. He's going to have to find it somewhere else on this lap to make something stick.
Still a fantastic battle. I really enjoyed watching that, and that's exactly the kind of racing that we like to see here in V8SCOPS. The drivers pushing each other hard, but not hitting each other off. It's brilliant to see that these drivers have a good level of respect for each other out there on the racetrack. Whiting now a little bit further behind Chastaneuf. And once again, going for that slightly earlier turn into Junsao. He's trying to straighten the run through the corner. Oh, did I see a little flicker of the brake lights there for Michael Whiting? Might be suffering a little bit of a hardware issue, and that could be killing his run down the front straight. Still in the draft of James Chastaneuf. Not far up enough to make the move this time, but is he going to go for the dive? Once again, he looks to the inside, lets Chastaneuf know that he's there. Only 6 laps to go. If he can unsettle Chastaneuf and get him alongside, then that will be the way the battle eventuates in the end. But Chastaneuf is proving very difficult to get past. Once again, Michael Whiting getting an excellent run down the Retta Oposta. Had to be forced to the outside there. Chastaneuf to the inside, going defensive. Can Whiting get it done?
Yeah, back and forth between these two. Looks like it's anybody's game, but again, Whiting not able to get the drive that time off of the Cito de Largo, having had the inside covered off, I should say. Again, tries again showing the nose into these corners at turn 8 once again. It's just, yeah, trying to threaten Chastaneuf, but again, I think, yeah, it's a credit to Chastaneuf there in the 427. He's clearly, obviously, having to think about the defense, but most of the time here, he can commit to the racing line and take the corners the way he'd like. As a quick look at the virtual racing score replay between Glenn Postlethwaite and the 957 of Simon Chadwick, and well, Posy bumped out a little wide there, I would suggest, and then back into the clutches of Ben Morris, but he was able to stay ahead for the time being as back to live pitches, and again, close on the exit of, pardon me, Junsao is the corner name there, Reese. He's going to have another go short down the front straight, but what can he do this time that he hasn't tried already?
That is the big question. Chastaneuf, no surprise, sticking as far to the inside as he possibly can, prevent Michael Whiting from getting up the inside for turn 1. And oh, Whiting, he's able to keep it alongside here into turn 2. Chastaneuf gives him room. Zach Ski's going to be brought into this once again, but Whiting on the outside of Curva de Sol, under threat from Zach Ski once again. A little bit of a jerk to the left-hand side. Ski looks like he might have backed off. No, he's going to go for it up the inside. No, he's not. Just backs off a little bit there. Allows Whiting to continue pressuring Chastaneuf. I mean, in a 3-car battle like this, who do you want to be?
Yeah, it's hard to say, Reese, where the best spot is in the house. I mean, even now with 4.5 laps to go for these guys, you might even say that being up the front is not too bad if you can manage the pressure of having a car constantly attack you again and again. As we actually go to side by side here, both live pitches, and yeah, Postlethwaite there on the right of your screen, continuing to be assaulted now by Ben Morris in the number 43. And interesting to see that change of team colours there for Morris. That's a 9.5 SimSport entry, not the Phase 4 Motorsports Mustang that I've seen him run earlier this season. And you can see he's trying to put all kinds of pressure there through the infield. And again, though, on the left of pitcher, Whiting, good drive off of Junsao, already on the bumper of Chastaneuf as we go past the bit of those boxes. Maybe 4 laps to go at the line here, Reese, but well, I feel, yeah, we've seen great defense from Chastaneuf. He's braking at the limit his tyres have got left for him, and not an inch further than needs to be. But that's a little bit deep this time from Chastaneuf. That got the rear loose, but he's able to hang on. But side by side again, what can Zach Ski do this time? Whiting a little loose on the rear. He's too far back though to get anything done through Curva de Sol. If he can set up the run, the Retta Oposta and down to the Cito de Largo though, this might be his chance to try and make the move. But again, Whiting is looking for the move on Chastaneuf as well.
Hard on the brakes, and you see emerging there in the background Alex Cord as Whiting gets up the inside of Chastaneuf, not able to make the pass. Chasty now has the inside for Ferradura. It's going to be defensive for him once again, but all this battling between these 3 cars has brought Alex Cord into it. He stands a chance of making some moves here and getting up into the top 5.
Oh, there it is!
Contact between Michael Whiting and James Chastaneuf. Ski and Court get through. Alex Court trying to go for the move on Zach Ski. He's going to go round the outside here and get up the inside for Bico De Pato. 3 positions in just a few corners there for Alex Court. What a brilliant drive.
I couldn't have timed that better, if I dare say so. He's got Zach Ski trying to challenge, and actually wide through Magulo. He's going to be side by side into Junsao here. This is a bottle every single one of them up. If Michael Whiting here can get the run off the corner, maybe he stands a chance of getting back some spots here. But Court's had a shocker there round the outside of the corner. It does camber away at the track edge, and that might have caught him a foul there. But Watch these guys here on the inside. Chastanev lining up to try and get the drag run off of the back of Ski, but Whiting thinks about making it 3 wide, make it almost 4 wide into turn 1 there, but he has to back it out. He's going to hang to the inside here, but can Chastanev get to the inside? No, he can't. Court's going to drop back in behind as Whiting's going to get around the outside of turn 2 there, Reese. So all that good work from the 44 when it comes to patience and then opportune pounce hasn't quite worked out as these guys muscle their way back through. 3 to go for this group.
My lord, what a fantastic battle this is as Shasti tries to find his way back past Ski. Oh, he's going to get up the inside through turn 5, but not going to translate into a move on the outside of Ferradura probably. You can go side by side into this corner in most cars, but oh, a little bit of a bump there. Chastanev sent slightly wide. Can he go up the inside of Zach Ski into the hairpin? He definitely fires it towards the inside, but he is not able to get alongside. Don't forget about Alex Court here. Yes, he is back to where he was in this fight behind those 3 cars, but he has the newest tyres out of all of them. He pitted on the same lap as our leader, Blake Delaney.
Yeah, that will be very curious to watch indeed. Now, I think curious to see here is that Zakski's hanging on here at the front of this train, but Chastanev's pace, at least in the first half of the lap there, looked absolutely, well, on fire, relatively speaking, and putting all kinds of pressure, but looks like the back half of this lap, he's struggling a lot more, and obviously that's critical when you've got a corner like Junsao to set you up all the way down this front stretch, and again, he's actually lost a bit of time there to Ski off of that turn 12, and I think now, once again, Michael Whiting is going to be the one to have a go at him. Chastanev defending early, going to force him around the outside. A little layer on the brakes for Whiting there, but falling corner. We've seen time and time again, Chastanev, even if he gives him the inside, there's more contact though! And he tries to hang on, but the car does not hang on for him. And, well, farewell the 427. Oh, big wobble for Whiting through Curva de Sol. Alex Court thinking now is another chance to go at it, but defensive from Whiting up into Tessito del Lago. I reckon he's going to hang on to that unless there's a crisscross coming here from Court. He tries the crisscross, but nothing of it there. So that battle pack now breaks apart, and our eyes switch back to Postlethwaite, Ben Morris, but also they've caught Paul Young. And on the rear bumper of Morris is lap traffic, unfortunately. 3 for position plus traffic. This is going to get spicy here as they make their way down to Tessito del Lago. Fighting over 13th
position.
It's 13th place for position. Oh, pardon me, sorry, Matthew Brunt. My apologies. Young, Postlethwaite, Brunt, and Morris. For some reason, I thought that Brunt was out of position in the train. So he does actually get a spot there off of Morris. And now he can set his sights on going, well, after his teammate perhaps, or potentially play rear gunner to the end of this one. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Glenn Postlethwaite, you saw him jerk towards the inside there, try and psych out Paul Young, who has gained so many positions in this race, up 12 from where he started. The most positions gained is David Coleman as the final lap begins for Blake Delaney. David Coleman up 19 places. He's battling with Simon Chadwick for the last position in the top 10. But what can Paul Young do to try and keep Glenn Postlethwaite behind him? Young pitted 12, coming up to 13 laps ago. 14 laps ago was the stop for Postlethwaite, but he is looking mighty fast here in this fight. Matthew Brunt was able to get past Ben Morris, but can he stay ahead? Morris in the slipstream there, down the front stretch. Brunt takes the racing line, as is his right. And into turn 1 they go. A little bit of a lock-up there for Brunt, as that's a spin there for Young. Don't know if that was contact with Postlethwaite, but we'll have to wait and see. Postlethwaite going wide there, and he's let him back through, so that was contact there. Unfortunately, that's cost Postlethwaite 2 positions. Now Matthew Brunt fancies a chance at lucky 13th place.
Oh, well, we lost one battle pack, but here comes another to take its place as they come into Tessito del Lago. Young hanging on by a thread there. Gets a good drive, though, off the exit, I have to say. Reece, look at that side-by-side between Posey and Morris. In the background, a shot. Oh, a little rub there on the way up to Ferradura, pardon me. And look at this, trying to squeeze him to the inside. Contact between the two. They hang on to it just. And that's going to bring Steve Jenkins into it now. So we've got ourselves 5. That's Craig Schultz at the background and shot 2. So make it a 6-car battle effectively. Although they're starting to splinter again as now Brunt and Young get a chance to break away from Morris and Posse. They're still side by side as we go back to the front of the field real quick because there's your race winner. We haven't had much to say, unfortunately, about Blake Delaney, but that says a lot about having a clean, quiet race from the start of that one there. It's going to be Matty Jones in the middle, and then Zakski hangs on to P3 there ahead of Alex Court. Pardon me, Michael Whiting in fourth place ahead of him there. And then through the final couple of turns we go, and For these guys that was watching the battle pack earlier on, Morris, Postlethwaite, Jenkins, and Schultz. Looks like it's all... Oh, it was mostly calm, but Postlethwaite's got Jenkins and Schultz right underneath him here as they come to the line, but he should be able to hang on here.
Only just for Glenn Postlethwaite. Steve Jenkins pulls out, and man, it was so close between them, just half a car length, with Craig Schultz just behind them as well. Goodness gracious, that was a very exciting second half of that race. What will split one bring? It's going to be a fantastic night here as Blake Delaney finishes off his victory celebrations here. Pretty dominant drive, I have to say, and it was all about that initial start off the grid. He was able to get that position over Matty Jones and run nice and long through the first part of the race. Michael Whiting did finish in 4th, but he did get a post-race penalty for his contact with James Chastaneuf. Here's what happened between Glenn Postlethwaite and Paul Young. Just looked like Posy going a bit deep there and going into the back of Young before they even got the opportunity to turn in for the corner. But Posy doing two things: A, the sportsmanlike thing, and B, escaping the wrath of race control by letting the position back by. Here are the results then. Blake Delaney gets the golden ticket into top split in the 08. Matty Jones finishes 2nd, and Zach Ski completes the podium. Some fantastic driving there from the 333. Michael Whiting, it could have been a podium for him were it not for those couple of incidents with James Chastaneuf. Alex Court finishes in 5th. He put on a great drive. Potential podium for him. Shasty comes home in 6th. Jamie McKnight finishes in 7th place. 8 positions gained for him. Alan Dawson and Liam Jensen in 8th and 9th, with Simon Chadwick rounding out the top 10.
11th place tonight here in the race goes to David Coleman there, as you said, our biggest mover tonight, having done a very good job there to come up from P30, especially given the early lap 1 carnage. He finishes ahead of Rob Carmichael in 12th, and then Paul Young able to finish up there in position number 13 ahead of Matthew Brunt in 14th, and then the Morris and Postlethwaite fight is resolved with Morris coming out ahead there in 15th and 16th respectively. Steve Jenkins hanging on, well, pardon me, not hanging on, but actually pressuring Posse there for 16th, but he'll have to settle for 17th, and pardon me, Craig Schultz behind him in 18th. Justin Clayton back there in 19th place with Damien Cairns, rounding out your top 20 tonight.
21st was Ben Christensen. Started in 8th, but it all went wrong for him, unfortunately. Braden Martin, though, gaining 7 spots to finish in 22nd. Aaron Gilbert comes home 23rd, and the last car on the lead lap was Jason Fewens, who started 12th, but unfortunately was, I believe, one of the cars involved in the lap 1 incident. Kokoschki comes home a lap down with 2 drive-throughs to his name. Simon Vella popping the engine on the way into turn 1. That's a retirement for him, and it's the same for all of these guys who were involved in that lap 1 incident. Luke Holland, Bruce Tannock, Simon Mazzomo, Stuart Crawford, Andrew Ritchie, Vincent Skilbeck also in there as well. Very unfortunate for a lot of drivers here tonight, but that just sets things up for the Split 1 action that will be coming up very shortly here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, Round 5, the Too Easy Finance Interlagos Split Sprint.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing. This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS. 2022 season has turned out to be an absolute banger, and we come to Interlagos and the fog has cleared for Split 1 action here. Two 26-lap races, both with a compulsory pit stop for at least 2 tyres, and we have the drivers of the main game in here today. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman alongside me in the commentary box. And now, Dan, we're going to take a look at the championship standings going into this round. There's a couple of notable absences. Jared Filsell is not here tonight. the likes of Richard Hampstead and Joshua Anderson are not here as well. So this could potentially be a good leg up in points for a couple of drivers. Of course, we still have to wait for drop rounds to be applied.
That is true indeed, Reese, and thank you all for tuning back in if you're still with us. And for those tuning in just now to join us for the main event, thank you for joining us here for the main event. And indeed, so yeah, thinking about the championship in general, of course, there are drop rounds. There are 2, to be precise, that will be taken into effect. So a little bit here and there might not be so bad for some of these guys. It does mean having a drop round of 0 does maximise, obviously, keeping your points championship-wise things, but we are also, in the same breath, I should say, Reece, it is only round 5, and for all we know, someone could have an absolute shocker of a round and still be attending, but if they've used up their drop rounds on a 0 score for non-attendance, that could be important, championship-wise at least, going forward, but I guess we'll have to wait and see on that. And so, yeah, tonight will certainly be a round where things are shaking up quite a bit amongst these guys here, because there's certainly some small gaps there, given you've got 5 drivers inside 60 points.
Yeah, indeed. It's looking very close going into this 5th round of the season, and Andrew Dyson there just on the verge of the top 10. Well, we'll see what he can do in the midst of the early to mid-season here with a 15-round championship. We're going to be a third of the way through at the conclusion of tonight's action. As you can see, the fog has cleared here at Interlagos. We can get a nice clear view of everyone out there. The number 1 Madison Down, reigning champion, currently second to Jared Filsell. Once again, with drop rounds not being applied, this doesn't count for much, but if he can go for the win here tonight, he will put himself into the top of the drivers' standings. And he's been fighting incredibly hard these last few rounds, Madison. He's been a little off from where we would usually expect him, but he's still got the skill, he's still got the consistency that has made him a 3-time champion of this series.
Yes, that is very true indeed. And so, see here, these guys got about 10 minutes, well, just over 10 minutes of practice, I should say, remaining. So we will have a little bit of time to go here before qualifying gets underway. And certainly also, yeah, there's been a bit of movers and shakers amongst the drivers and teams here. It seems it's been a very busy year when it comes to shifting allegiances and just people moving around. And as we think it's very worth having a chat about that here, Reece, because, yeah, there are a few to take note of for this race tonight. First one there, we'll do that show on screen, but Dylan has been with simracing.com DPR since the end of last year. I think one of the ones we may want to go have a look at is perhaps the name of Bailey Frid. And, well, Bailey, certainly a driver who's been known and been with Pursuit Sim Racing for quite some time, but you can obviously tell that is not one of Pursuit's paint jobs, and indeed has made the move to Evolution Racing Team, actually following in the footsteps, I dare suggest, of his, well, now current teammate, but formerly of Pursuit, Sebastian Flock, who we now jump to number 84. It's been a pretty a busy couple of days for Pursuit in terms of unfortunately losing a number of drivers, as we see there Bradley Vaughan, who's also actually left the team and is indeed with Evolution, although it looks like we've got one of Brad's old paints there, which is a combination of his real world Super 3 livery with the old Pursuit Racing Team numbers there. And then one of the other big movers, and having returned to the series this week, Reece, there, the 088 of James Scott, and very much different colours for him this year.
Yep, was of Altus Esports at the start of the year, but has gone to Synergy Sim Racing. Very interesting decision there. I suppose it makes sense because Synergy has been on a bit of a roll recently after merging with the United Sim Sports squad. They've got Jared Filsell on board with them as well to some extent. The fact is, Synergy has really come in leaps and bounds these last couple of years. So nowadays, I think it's a pretty good place to be, because Altus Esports, though they have been nice, consistent, very fast competitors in this series in the past, they don't have much of a presence this year. So I think it makes sense that James Scott will still want to be out there for a competitive team.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Obviously, this series has been dominated, I guess is a reasonable way to put it, by the teams that do have solid representation when it comes to the number count. So while, yeah, obviously losing or not having a team like Ultra Esports participating in the series this year is, I guess, it loses a bit of the diversity that we've seen in previous years. But I think, yeah, probably clearly James opting to put his focus on the V8 here and making a switch for his benefit at this stage in his sim racing career, as it will.
Yeah, as far as we are aware, Altus Esports is focusing on the Enduro season here in V8SCOPS, and they certainly have what it takes to win in this series and win in the Enduros, so I'm looking forward to seeing them back out on track again in their blue, gold and white liveries. 7.5 minutes to go in the session, and it is Corey Shepherd who leads the way. And he set the fastest time in pre-qualifying by, get this, 3/10. When it comes to pre-qualifying, that is one heck of a gap to have over the rest of the field. So Shepherd is looking incredibly quick this weekend. He's been competing for wins for quite some time. He's been a consistent top 5 competitor in V8SCOPS this year. Will that win come tonight?
Yeah, certainly. It's actually been away from the series so far this year, and yeah, it's the return round for Premier with Shepherd, and yeah, out of the gate, absolutely barnstorming time in pre-qualifying at the very least, and be curious to see how well that translates over to qualifying in 6.5 minutes time, but then also the long run pace in these two races. Of course, you might say long run pace. What long run pace is 26 lap sprints, but well, even so, Reece, we've still got compulsory pit stops to manage and still, yeah, plenty of tyre wear and evolution there. So I think managing that stint pace is going to be important here tonight indeed.
Yeah, we saw that in Split 2, didn't we? The Split 2 winner, Blake Delaney, going nice and long in the first half of the race, pitting only a few laps from the end, being able to manage the pace very nicely. We focus on the number 62 at the moment, Richie Stanaway, and of course a driver whose name will be familiar to many of you. Has been an iRacing driver for quite some time, supplementing his real-life racing exploits, and results have eluded him so far here in V8SCOPS, but he'll definitely be hoping for a good result here tonight. The double sprint format, 2 compulsory pit stops, it'll certainly open up some opportunities for him.
Yeah, indeed. 1 stop per race, but also we're going to have very different weather conditions for these 2 races. As I said, the morning session here for the first of the 2 events, which means that, of course, similar conditions, well, potentially similar conditions, 18 degrees air, 21 degrees track here currently in the final couple of minutes of practice for the main event, but it will be a late afternoon start for race 2 after this one here, Reece. Now, another thing to note is there is no qualifying in the second race, which means that we are going to be taking our times from qualifying here in 5 minutes' time, and the way that's going to work is your fastest lap time will obviously be setting the grid automatically here for race 1, but then come race 2, they will manually set that up based on the second fastest times in the qualifying session.
Yeah, so that puts a little bit of extra pressure on the drivers here, especially at a track like Interlagos where it's very easy to get off tracks. You want to be able to get 2 competitive times in that are reasonably close to each other. There's plenty of things that can go wrong in a qualifying session. One of them is not getting your laps in at the right time, not being able to line things up, not being able to run a lap that is consistent with the pace that you've already set. But the drivers already have plenty of experience with qualifying sessions like that, so I think it's going to be business as usual for the most part. But we could see a couple of surprises. Maybe a driver not being able to get a second lap time in at all. That would be absolutely disastrous.
Yes, that absolutely would be just about the worst possible thing that could happen in a format like this. And so, yeah, very critical that drivers don't push the limits too hard until they've got those 2 laps on the board, and then I guess you can then really go for it. But then again, I guess it depends on your confidence level and how comfortable you are with the car. That might change things here, but certainly could be risky indeed if you gamble on them going as fast as you can and not able to ensure you get them on the board. So just almost 3 minutes to go here, Reese, and you can see there James Scott's actually made his way up to the top of the practice times, and there is basically nothing in it between him and Corey Shepherd, which should be a good sign when we go into qualifying, I dare suggest.
Yeah, that's basically 100th of a second between Scott and Shepherd at the front of the field. Part of the analytical Race on Oz crew here. Luke Mitchinson down in 24th place at the moment, 31.959. It's only 0.8 there. That is the gap between first place and 24th. Shows you how competitive this field continues to be as he tries to get in one final lap here in practice. Mitchinson, definitely as skilled a driver as the rest of them, has been a consistent competitor in the midfield, sometimes has suffered from incidents not of his own doing and has had to come home with a damaged car. But here today, he'll be hoping that he can keep his nose clean. But the drivers in Split 1 will have been aware of the dramas that happened on Lap 1 and Split 2. They'll definitely know, especially from first-hand experience from past races here, that coming out of Turn 3 on Lap 1, that's the real danger zone here.
Yeah, we all saw it in Split, yeah, as you said, Split 2. Very easy for things to go horribly wrong there, with drivers getting together 3 wide, almost 4 wide, and yeah, just causing a monumental pile-up that entangles a huge amount of the field so early on. So yeah, patience will be the name of the game, you'd have thought, but I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one here tonight, as more drivers maybe doing some pit entry practice. That obviously is important here in V8SCOPS. No escape rule means that the drivers have to bring it all the way around back to pit entry and to their pit box before they can reset their cars. So that, of course, is very important there for them, as now it's just about one final time around this circuit here and making sure that everyone's prepped and ready to go for qualifying here, because only a 20-minute session tonight, Reece, and all 40 cars will be out on track at the same time.
Yeah, not going for the split qualifying that we've seen in the last couple of rounds. Interlagos is a tight circuit, but there's still plenty of space out there for the drivers to eke themselves a little bit of room on their hot laps. Number 41, Andrew Dyson, who's 10th place in the championship. He's looking for something special here tonight as well, down in 14th at the moment in practice. And we saw just a little bit earlier there that Richie Stanaway has gone to 3rd in practice. So some very big gains there for Richie as Dyson practices pit entry. And you mentioned the no escape rule. Well, drivers are going to have to be very familiar with pit entry here at Interlagos if they want to do that. So here are the results. James Scott currently just 100th of a second ahead of Corey Shepherd. Hopefully that turns out to be a heck of a battle for pole. Stanaway, Ross and Down will round out your top 5. Also good performances from Brian Borg and Rick Kuznetsov, plus Michael Taliancic, the leader of Pursuit Sim Racing there in 9th place. All right, clock goes down, and now we can bring all of the drivers out onto the circuit. Leading the way is Corey Shepherd. Not much surprise there. Richie Stanaway in tow with Brady Myers, just behind him. The new Evolution Racing Team signing of Sebastian Flock will come out 4th in line. So, here on the outlap, the drivers will be trying their best to manage their pace. They do want to be going fast enough to get some heat and pressure into the tyres, but they don't want to be getting into the back of another car by the time they start their hot lap.
That will be obviously very important to make sure that everything is all nice and steady here, but with all those guys need to get out and try and get laps on the board, it is going to be very interesting to see how much they check up, I wonder, down towards the end of the lap, because, well, you can see here, Shepherd's already up to turn number 8 here. Pinorino, pardon me, it's actually turn 9. I got to get these corner numbers right for a change. But yeah, the back of the train is only just, you can see, even the background shot is probably only about the top 25 or so, heading up to Ferradura. So needs to be very careful at this stage. Obviously, make sure your car's in the window to go here for this first lap. In fact, there is the last car in the train. That 208 would belong to Chris Coxhead. and he's trailed by his teammate Brett Loxton in the 209. So that's your spread there as Shepard is away and heading up past Sabino Dos Boxes to get his first lap on the board. And while actually looking at it now, he should be all clear as indeed Coxhead and Loxton are just rounding turns 8 and 9. So that shouldn't be too much of a bother for him. So maybe stay on board here for a little bit, perhaps, Reese, as we follow Shepard around a lap here at Interlagos. Through turns 1 and 2, the center S, get as much of the curb as you dare and not get the off track on the inside of turn 2. And then he's all over the curb here through Curva to Sol at turn 3. And then also using the exit curve for good measure on the way out. Down the Reta Raposa we come towards the Descida del Lago.
Heavy braking zone here. As we mentioned before, you've got to try and keep it tight on the exit. Don't want to pick up an off track going onto that AstroTurf. Shepard keeps it within track limits. Really took a lot out of the inside curb as well. This is Ferradura coming into Laranjina. Lovely double apex right-hander going up the hill. A little bit tighter than it seems. You want to try and get a straight exit. Make sure that your car is stable for the braking zone into these hairpins. Going down into Pinheirino, banked turn. Goes through a dip and up the hill. Then comes Bico de Pato. Very short straight line stretch between them. You want to try and narrow the entry here. It's more about setting up for the run through Magulo here, this descending left-hander, and keeping the car stable on the run-up to Junsao, taking as wide a line as possible on the way in, and using just a little bit of the exit curb on the way out. That was a very clean lap from Corey Shepard, and this is going to be a crucial opening statement here in this qualifying session. What is the time going to be for the 718? Fastest in pre-qualifying, second fastest in practice. Will this be up to par? 31.0 is the first time on the board there for Corey Shepard. That is looking mighty quick. And Richie Stanaway and Brady Myers slot in just behind as the times start flowing in. Stenberg to 5th, Flock to 4th, and then Frid to 4th. Good opening run there for the new Evolution Racing Team signings. Brian Borg goes to 3rd. A fantastic run there for the Premier Racing Team driver. Kenneth Latter puts himself into 9th.
Yeah, that's quite the shake-up there in the order. A couple of drivers that, towards the front of the qualifying field that maybe we weren't expecting just here in the first lap, but times continuing to pour in here. Ben Smith there in the number 91. For race on also 32.178 across the line for him there. That is good enough for position 26, unfortunately. But it is a banker at least on the board. You can now get one more in and then worry about trying to find perhaps a bit more pace. Because, 4 minutes gone in the session. So add on another minute and a half to get around back to pit entry. And you're talking, at least 6 minutes to complete a cycle here when it comes to getting your laps in. So that will be critical for these guys. Looking there at Wayne Burke. In the meantime, number 89 for Synergy Sim Racing is currently sitting a very happy and healthy 3rd place. So 131.168 puts him just 4 milliseconds behind Brady Myers in that number 22 for Trans-Tasman Racing.
Yeah, Wayne Burke's going to be happy with that. As mentioned, this is the track where he took his first V8SCOPS win in the reverse grid race. So still showing fantastic pace here in Brazil. Madison Down, meanwhile, 31.6 was his opening time, and that was good enough for 7th. He's flashing the lights there. Is he going to go into the pit lane this time around, or is he going to stay out for another one? No, he's electing to go for the pits. There is Madison. Not entirely happy, I think, with how that initial lap went. Meanwhile, Bradley Sanders bringing it into the lane. This is the end of the run for all of these drivers. Get hard on the brakes for pit lane, and then the track will fall reasonably quiet as we check out the drivers here at the back of the pack. Jamie Dyke, one of them, the man from Melbourne, one of many men from Melbourne in this series. He's going to stay wide here through the last corner and try and get a time on the board. As there it looks to be is James Scott now coming out for his first run. He decided to wait, didn't he? Allowed everyone else to go out, set their times, and now Scott, I think, has escaped most of the clutter. Oh no, I say that, and have a look at the traffic that he's going to have to negotiate here along this lap. This is going to be tough here for James.
I wouldn't call this a... Something must have happened, presumably on the first one. Because look at that there. Everyone is off sequence and he has to abandon the lap straight away. That's the danger here. With 40 cars on track, you cannot afford to be out of sequence with the group. Everyone's got their first lap down, but now everyone is getting ready for lap number 2. There just isn't enough time and space for these guys, realistically, it would seem, to stay out of the way of someone who wants to use all the track. So, yeah, completely putting himself in a world of hurt. Great practice speed. You can see it. Trouble there out of turn number 9 there. Pinarino, the 080 of Jamie Doak. I believe that's Hayden Harrison in the 096 for Send It Sim Sports, and it is indeed. They've come together there on the exit. And yeah, just you cannot afford to be trying to get a lap in right now, which I think was the case for Jamie Dyke. And you're just going to be in a world of hurt because everyone else is trying to set themselves up and then have to worry about getting out of your way on top of that for good measure.
Well, Sebastian Flock begins his first proper attempt at a qualifying time here. There's 4 drivers who have not set times yet in this session. Dyke, one of them, Scott the other, Chris Coxhead, and Justin Wallace as well. But Scott comes across the line to set his first time, 39.6. Of course, he was balked by the traffic gearing up for their own hot laps. Looks like Sebastian Flock has a nice clear track ahead of him, though. He came out at the right time. So what kind of pace can we expect from this new signing for Evolution Racing Team? 31.8 was the initial time that he set. Good enough for 17th. There's plenty to improve there. But having said that, Flock has already run faster than he did in practice.
Yep, so pace picking up for a lot of these drivers, or at the very least, maybe not showing their hands in practice and trying to save that qualifying pace for now. Make sure they're feeling pretty comfortable with what will come in the race. Later on, a little bit of a wobble out of Bico de Pardo there on the power for the 84. But otherwise, looks to have kept it fairly steady and a good run out of Jun Sao. So, clock ticking here for the 84. Personal best in Sector 1, Sector 3, Sector 4 here on this lap. So despite that traction loss, he's still looking to improve on his 31.897, I should say. Up to the line, against the wall he comes. And, well, in fact, has he?
He got it.
Yep, by 6 milliseconds he's improved there.
Goodness. Well, only incremental improvements here for Sebastian Flock as the session enters its middle minutes. And drivers making their way into the lane. Madison down, one of them down, unable to improve on his initial time. So the qualifying session not going well for our reigning champion, as he's been brought down to 13th now with Sean McNamara breaking into the top 10. There's some really good performances here from drivers I did not expect, and in particular Brady Baldwin here in the 07. Usually a dirt racer, the administrator of Oceanic Dirt Sim events, and he's started to turn himself up in the road racing sense. He's put in the hard yards, put in a lot of practice, and this is his top split solo debut for V8SCOPS. So definitely be interested to see what Mr. Baldwin can do. Going back briefly to Madison Down, we're hearing news that he's only got 1 time on the board at the moment. He's got plenty of time to set another one, but having only 1 lap to your name 10 minutes into the session, not exactly what you'd want for a format like this.
Yeah, no, not at all. And that will be probably in the back of his mind a little bit there, and obviously try and be up towards the front, at the very least have 2 times on the clock that are pretty similar, because if nothing else, 2 consistent laps, that means you can go from there. There's a whole bunch of drivers bring themselves into the pit lane there, including Brenton Hobson in the 88, and just a little replay there thanks to Virtual Racing School. Little wobble out of Pinarino, and then all kinds of almost crossed up there, Reese into Bico de Pardo, and crossed up 2 on the exit. So that rear end traction for the car. Oh, apparently we've been told that's more coming here, and yeah, big loss there at Magulo. That would almost certainly have invalidated any attempt there. And then, and more at Jun Sao as well. So the rear end of the 88 Synergy car, not quite happy with things at the moment there.
Well, plenty of drivers suffering a little bit here in the middle of the session as the sun continues to rise. Track temperature has gone up by a degree since I last checked. It started out at about 21 degrees Celsius at the start of qualifying, and now it's up to 22. So as this first race goes on, that track is just going to get even slipperier, but we're still within the range that the track temperature would be considered cold. Hayden Harrison is going to stay out here and commit to this lap. 1 minute 31.8 there for Hayden. And it doesn't look like that's an improvement for him, unfortunately. He remains down in 22nd place, but have a look at how close he was there. At the very least, he knows that his pace is consistent, and he'll be starting around the same spot in both races.
Yeah, I think for the guys who, perhaps maybe are roughly middle of the pack here tonight, having 2 times close to each other on the board is basically the foundation you need at this point in the session. You've got time now to do at least one more run and really throw caution to the wind, maybe even sneak in 2 runs and try and set your timing charts alight. That will be, I think, the aim of the game for guys like that. But obviously, the question of getting yourself up as far as you can on both your laps would be ideal. But I guess as a fallback, consistency isn't too bad here. The only downside is that a tight field like this means that losing a couple of tenths means losing a whole pile of positions.
Such is the state of the field in V8SCOPS that only half a tenth of a second can cost you many positions. Kenneth Latter goes a little faster on that lap. 2 tenths gained there for Kenneth, and currently he's a little bit down in the field, down in 21st place. He was able to gain, I think, 3 or 4 positions. That was a big gain just then for Rick Kuznetsov. He's gone up to 12th place now in the 008, 31.557 for him, and only got a few hundredths to make up if he wants to break into the top 10.
Absolutely, that is true. And looking at his times currently in the session, he actually, the pressure is on him now. He needs to get a second lap of that caliber in, because his other 2 laps are a 33.7 and a 34.7, which, if he has to rely on one of those to be his race 2 time, the 33.7 that is, to be his race 2 time, that will see him plummet to basically the rear of the field. There is now a 1.6 second gap covering 1st through 40th places, just to give you an idea of where things stand. Richie Stanaway, as we've been watching there on screen, in the number 62 machine, making his way out of Junsao, but not on a lap here, it would seem, as he lets one of the Synergy Sim Racing cars, James Scott in particular, by. So to the pit entry comes Stanaway indeed. Yep, so he's out there. James Scott was on a flying lap, 31.094. That goes to P3, the 088. 077, pardon me. Put himself on the board there, and there you go. 15 thousandths of a second, covering our provisional podium here, Reese.
That's fantastic to see. They are so close, Shepard, Burke and Scott. And Synergy 2 and 3 at the moment. They'll be mighty happy with that. Big improvement for Kurt Stenberg. He's just gone up to 17th. And Darren Lobb also improving to 16th, as McNamara doesn't go faster on that lap, but still it's a lap time that is close to his fastest, and that's exactly what you want. The Race on Oz drivers flying in formation out there. What can these guys do as they come across the line? It's going to be Luke Mitchinson across first, giving a draft to his teammate Justin Wallace, who is going to begin this lap. It looks like they've got some nice space out there. Got some cars coming out of pit lane alongside, but Brian Borg here should back off a little and let them go. Indeed he does. What can the Race on Oz drivers do? We'll check in with them at the end of that lap. But our Split 2 winner, Blake Delaney, is out on track at the moment. He's gotten his preparations done, and now we'll see where he can put himself there in the 08. Stays out on track. It's going to be a 131.6 there for Blake Delaney. Rockets himself up to 20th.
Yep, that's a good result there from the 08 machine, but time crunch is now on to try and get a second lap of that kind of speed in, because, 32.3, if he has to rely on that, just like some other drivers we're talking about there, that will see him plummet all the way back towards the rear of the grid, and he doesn't want that, given he's just shown what kind of speed he can produce here amongst these guys in qualifying. As we switch our attention back to the Race on Oz cars with Luke Mitchinson in the 04, with Tyler Blackburn following him round 18th, and pardon me, sorry, it's not Blackburn, it's Justin Wallace there following Mitchinson. Unfortunately, a bit of a massive wobble, I should say, out of Junsao. But Wallace will have compromised this lap if he was looking good. Mitchinson, though, 2 personal bests on this lap. 31.920, though, isn't going to be an improvement, but it does put 2 times under a 32.0 for him. So that's something at least, but well, he might have just enough time to get around and then start one more, but pressure's on for him if he wants to make that happen here.
Hayden Harrison improves from 28th to 24th as we check back in with Richie Stanaway, currently in 4th place in the qualifying session. It's been a great performance here from Richie, definitely a big turnaround from his first couple of results this year. And we also have to think about Madison Down too, because he has a second time on the board now, but the reigning champion has not been able to improve on that 31.6 that he set before. So it's looking like a midfield start for Madison Down. He's going to have to bring out his racing nous over many, many years of experience and 10 overall championships in the iRacing official Australian Touring Car Series. Meanwhile, Ian Ford is going to bring it into the pit lane in the Logitech G Evolution Racing Team machine. Fordy is a veteran competitor of V8SCOPS, a driver that we've seen many good drives from, particularly when it comes to fuel saving. So Madison Down coming through Junsao now, trying to line up the exit, and I don't know if this is an out lap or a hot lap. It looks like it is a hot lap, and he's gotten a nice slipstream there from Michael Taliansich up ahead. Maybe this will be the improvement that Madison Down is looking for. 31.6 is the time to beat, and a 31.1 for Madison Down, up into 5th. So that is a 5th place start for race 1, pretty much guaranteed for Down now, but he still has to get a second time in that is close to that. He still has time.
Oh, it's going to be touching. Actually, no, he won't get a time in race because, again, he has to cycle that car all the way around to pit entry, and he'd have to reset, and he'd have about 30 seconds on the clock, if that. So that is qualifying done for the number 1 machine, and, well, a whole host of cars coming through now, I think possibly trying to get themselves going here. Pardon me, no, Jamie Johnson's just set a lap, 31.9 for him, so look, he might be safe in that front as we now turn our attention to a pair of simrigs.com DPR cars. Andrew Dyson there in the 41, leads Dylan O'Shea around here. They're both on a lap by the looks of things. Dyson, unfortunately for him, no personal best in this sector, and O'Shea does have a personal best in Sector 2, but up the hill they come out of Junsao, looking to try and improve on a 31.4 and a 31.45, which is a 4.2 and a 4.5. These two guys are locked in pretty tightly here, so can they get another time close in? 31.648. Unfortunately, that's not the second best time for Andrew Dyson. A 31.570 for O'Shea. That is his second best time of the night there, so that's an improvement for the 19 machine. And their teammate Darren Lobb just behind, coming to the line now. Can he improve on a 31.611? No. Looks like he might be starting one here. He's just got time to do that if it's the case. We'll see what he does here through the first couple of corners, if that can tell us the answer. Looks like he is pushing on.
Looks like he is. I was going to say Madison would have time to get another hot lap in if he had committed to a 2 hot lap run, but evidently that's not the way drivers want to go here tonight, as the Synergy, or it's the 9.5 cars pull themselves into the lane. Chris Coxhead out on a lap right now. And the 208 currently in 22nd spot and towing his teammate along too. Is this going to be an improvement for Coxhead as the checkered flag flies? Anyone who crosses the line here now, that is the end of their session. 31.6 there for Chris Coxhead, and 31.7. That's pretty close to his fastest time, so he's gotten a nice consistent run in this qualifying session. All right, last couple of corners then for David Kirby, who's down in 37th place, but he's backed out of it. He's got one of the DPR machines up there trying to finish the lap here. It is the number 99 of Darren Lobb, 17th at the moment. Been a very good performance there from Darren. Can he get another 31.6? No, he is going to commit to the pit lane at the end of this one. Okay, so checkered flag flying, and it does seem to me that we're not going to have many other improvements as drivers continue to bring it into the lane, but Ian Ford is going to bring it across the line here. 31.698 there for 40, and that is only 3 Actually, very close there to his fastest time. Only 1,000th of a second in between them. I think Ford's going to be happy with that consistency.
Yeah, that should do him quite nice there. Just a few more drivers were making their way across the line, and unfortunately I've lost track of Justin Wallace there. For him, 2 laps in the 132.2 bracket, but that is going to be towards the rear of the field tonight for him. 9.47 of Tyler Blackburn there, unable to improve on a 31.6, but does go to a 32.0 for his second fastest time. So we'll have to crunch the numbers and wait to see what the grid looks like for race 2 later on, but let's take our way through the grid for race 1 race. And indeed, after setting fastest time in pre-qualifying, Corey Shepherd has backed it up with pole position here for the first race, but Wayne Burke has kept him honest there, only 12 milliseconds behind there for our front row differential. And then, well, just behind him, teammate James Scott, another 3 milliseconds back. It is a very tight front of the grid. Richie Stanaway makes it a P4 start for him tonight. And then Madison Down and Brady Myers, all TTR for row number 3 here in this first one. Brian Borg lines up out of position number 7 with Hayden Veld alongside him in 8th. And it's Rick Kuznetsov just in behind his Premier Racing teammate and Andrew Dyson, running at the top 10 for simracing.com DPR. Mike Teliancic makes it P11 tonight for race 1, and Dylan O'Shea, another lineup of cars. This time it's the DPR lineup there, out of position number 12.
9.5's Sean McNamara is going to start out a lucky 13th alongside Mr. 6th place, Brenton Hobson, who starts in 14th. Jordan Ross, he showed great pace in practice but couldn't quite back it up in qualifying. He's going to start in 15th with Bailey Frid and Darren Lobb 16th and 17th. Kurt Stenberg starts in 18th for Trans-Tasman Racing. Luke Mitchinson puts the race on Oscar alongside his teammate Tyler Blackburn on the 10th row with Blake Delaney, Chris Coxhead, Bradley Vaughan and Ian Ford up to 24th place.
Yes, indeed. And then Hayden Harrison there, the 096 will start out at P25 tonight. He's got Lee Ellis alongside him for 26th. Kenneth Latter in the 269 there will make it 27th place for him. He's got Hayden Sell joining him on row number 14 with a 28th place start. Sebastian Flock, 29th place there for this first race. He's got Brady Baldwin joining him to round out our top 30. And then Damian Johnston, Bradley Sanders, Brett Loxton, Benjamin Smith, Christopher Ireland, Cameron Veacock, and then David Kirby, Logan Barnett, Justin Wallace, and Jamie Dyke, rounding out your 40 supercars on the grid for this first one. We've got ourselves the race control team: Simon Black, Simon Mazzomo, Nick Parker, and Mike Korolev in the server for this one. So a couple of drivers waiting to grid up there in the mid-pack, but thanks to the manual safety cars race, of course, we will see this grid timer go all the way to the 0 mark before this lights go out and we get the green flag.
Indeed. Well, Shepherd, definitely in a position he's been in a couple of times before. Started on the front row for the first time at Road America back in, I believe it was 2019. I could be wrong on that one, but he's certainly no stranger to starting up the front of the field in V8SCOPS. You see the sheer amount of banking there through the last kink coming onto the front stretch, and these drivers up at the back of the field are going to have to negotiate a little bit of a turn before they can straighten themselves out for the run to turn 1. As we saw in split 2, it's all about the throttle application, the letting out of the clutch, making sure you have your line locker sorted on the way off the grid. Otherwise, you're going to get swamped by the rest of the field. The timer hits 0, and we can get things started here for the Interlagos Split Sprint. Round 5 of Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2022 is go. An excellent start there from Shepherd. What a launch it was. Can't say the same for Wayne Burke, though, because he is going to have to face up against James Scott. Gets on the brakes a bit early, almost making it 3 wide as Richie Stanaway squeezing Brady Myers to the inside of turn 1. They sort themselves out, only just. Myers and Stanaway side by side as it's side by side all the way back through the field. Looks like a pretty clean start for everyone through the first couple of turns, but it's when we start getting down this back stretch and towards the City del Lago that things really start to heat up. Trying up the inside is Dylan O'Shea to try and make up another place. But so far, Not many people have gained or lost positions. We do see that Myers, Veld, Kuznetsov, they've all made up one position, those drivers in the top 10. Madison Down is down one position. Brian Borg has lost 2 as they come into the hairpins for the first time. It's a nice lead for Corey Shepherd and Wayne Burke. Richie Stanaway piling the pressure on James Scott here.
Yep, small trouble back at turn number 7. Logan Barnett's gone around and taking the guys. Oh, Hayden Veld, though, through the grass there between 9 and 10. He brings it back onto the track on the inside of Bico DePato, which is off the line, thankfully, but watch the field just go streaming on by as he tries to get that sorted out and back up to speed there. So I was just going to say a clean-ish start to this one here for the field, and just a little bit of trouble early on in the lap, but more trouble. Oh, Jun Sao is looking at, ooh, someone is way off in the grass. The 88 of Brenton Hobson has decided to go lawn mowing way inside of Jun Sao. Oh my, he was so far off. That must have come off potentially. Oh no! Oh, fire into the fence there for one of the Race on Oz cars. Benjamin Smith in the 91 is now well down on speed and without a rear bumper. And well, it's not quite the track blocker we got in Super Split 2 here, Reese, but a couple of little incidents all firing off at various moments around this lap here on the 1st of 26th.
Yeah, that was a crazy incident there. So fortunate that Smith did not clean up anyone else there as he spun across the circuit, but the race is on between Shepherd and Burke. We're going to get another view here of what happened to Hobson. He had to take avoiding action. One of the DPR cars was slow coming off of Jun Sao, and Hobson spinning up the rears and already carrying some damage. We'll keep an eye out for Smith, though. Have a look at him there, making contact with one of the Evolution Racing Team cars, and there we go, spun around across the circuit, fortunately off the line.
Yeah, I actually, to be honest, I think Hobson got a bit of a helping hand as the field compressed into Jun Sao there, and I think he actually got caught in all things a DPR sandwich. It was Dylan O'Shea, I just spotted the number 19, was the car ahead of him there, and it might have been Darren Lobb or... yes, I think it might have been Darren Lobb, because those two DPR cars are currently close together on track. I would suggest that might be what's happened there. There was a bit of trouble in the middle of that lap, but they all seem to have calmed down now. But back to live pitches, because you can see there Wayne Burke is starting to, well, not starting to, I should say, but keeping the pressure on Corey Shepherd here. But into turn 1, we're staying single file for now and try and focus on a good run out of the Center S and the Curva de Sol here for both these cars, all looking fairly steady for the two of them as they make their way down the Retta Aposta.
Well, Wayne Burke well within the slipstream. He's going to try and keep the pressure up on Shepherd as much as possible. The safety car has been called. There's problems. It looks like Lee Ellis has gone for a spin, and that's on the way up to Ferradura. Those guys just went past him there. Ellis has been stopped there for quite some time, would have requested a tow from race control, and this was an incident that we missed on lap 2. Ellis already carrying a lot of damage from a coming together into Descida de Lago. It was 3 wide between Chris Coxhead and the Race on Oz teammates of Tyler Blackburn and Luke Mitchinson, and Ellis ended up losing his bonnet from that. Then he spun it on the exit of turn 5. We'll get a look at it here. There's the coming together up ahead. Ellis loses his hood, and there was Luke Mitchinson going for a spin as well. Ellis loses the rear, and across he goes and into the wall, and he got a bit of a helping hand there as well from a car that could not avoid him as he was spinning.
Okay, so I thought that was a moderate incident on lap 2 that we missed. No, it turns out that was quite a big deal. And, well, back to live pitches, folks, and surprise, surprise, pit lane opened at the end of lap 2. Safety car called, no, and everyone piles on in, because you aren't going to miss out on a chance to take a free pit stop with the safety car waiting at the end of the lane. So, question is, who wins the race off of the lane here? You would think Corey Shepherd here, and he's indeed going to be the first one off the lane there, and out he goes. So, at least for the top 3 there, they come out the way they came in, but Brady Myers and Madison Down, I believe they just jumped Richie Stanaway there in the race off pit lane.
Yeah, they did. Myers to 4th, down to 5th. Stanaway has fallen down to 6th. Have a look at Brett Loxton as well. He has just rocketed up the field, hasn't he? He's now into 8th place. That is insane. He started outside the top 30, did Brett Loxton. You can say the same for the likes of Cameron Veacock and Logan Barnett. They've taken advantage of the chaos in the opening laps here. Now that they've got that free pit stop sorted, wow, they put themselves in an excellent position.
Yeah, I'll tell you why in Loxton's case, Reese. He didn't stop in his box.
Oh dear.
I think given he started 33rd place, he may have overshot the box with so much traffic in the lane. And yeah, he just committed to rolling it down the lane. And so that's unfortunate for him in the 209. So he will cycle back through the field surely coming in, I would think, at the end of this one here to remedy that mistake there, unfortunately for him. So serving an unintentional drive-through, as it were. But, well, these things happen, I guess. And yeah, you need to just be on your marks. And in that particular instance, it wasn't quite the case, as the Logitech G Virtual Racing School safety car in the hands of Nick Parker has collected our leaders off of pit lane. Now, it looks like we are staying under safety car control here for another lap, although Shepard is leaving a little bit of a gap here, so this could be the restart lap. I'm not 100% certain. Unfortunately, off of Junsao they go, and no, safety car is maintaining speed. So we do have one more lap here. Fairly standard procedure, which means, yeah, Loxton will get a chance to correct that mistake he made down the pit lane, although down the order he will tumble now that everyone is lined up behind him at pacing speed.
Yeah, and it's the same story, unfortunately, for Veacock and Barnett. Sorry for the erroneous call there. Wasn't paying attention to the pit stop times on the right side of my timing screen. One does not exist for those three drivers. So, are they going to bring it into the lane here this time? Might as well. Oh, hello. That's quite the aggressive entry there for Veacock. Seems that he was just trying to lose as little time as possible. I wonder what race control is going to do, if anything, about that, because you're not allowed to pass under safety car, but I guess once you go for the pit lane, does the entry line off the racetrack sort of count as not being on the racetrack so you can pick up pace?
Well, despite the fact that I did help out with making sure the rulebook was... Oh, and he's now... Oh, that's not going to look too good. Cameron, you need to stop at pit exit. I was just going to say I helped out this year with trying to rephrase the rulebook and get it a little bit more orderly here. But I don't recall that one being part of the rulebook. So I believe he needed to stay in formation, but has gotten away with it for now at least. But it was called in by one of the drivers who, well, was disadvantaged by what happened there. So I have to wait and see. It certainly has been brought to race control's attention on this lap. So they will rejoin the train 30th, 31st, 32nd. It's actually both of the Team Jing Shifters cars, actually. Chris Cox had also made the same mistake, Reese. So 4 drivers all missing their box, but they're now sorted and back out at the rear of the train here.
And you did allude to it. Cameron Veacock also went beyond the pit lane exit when pit exit was closed. The idea is that as the field tours by the pit exit, they close it so that we don't have people emerging out into the train and making things difficult. But Veacock was past the exit cone, so who knows, might have another penalty coming in for him from race control. But Logitech G pace car, driven by Nick Parker, will start pulling away from the field momentarily, and we'll be able to get back to racing action. Everyone in the field has now made their mandatory pit stop for at least 2 tyres, so we will be racing to the end over the next 21 laps. Let's see then when Nick decides to put the hammer down. There we go, pulling away from the rest of the field, and it's going to fall under the control of Corey Shepard. Actually, it doesn't. No, not yet. They're going to be going another lap here, it seems.
Okay, so a slightly longer safety car procedure than usual, but well, them's the brakes, I guess, as we continue around the front stretch here. So yes, indeed, we're going to have to wait another couple of minutes here. So, for the record, the safety car acceleration zone actually will begin all the way back at Junsao. Now, I believe This is actually with respect to the race leader. So I would expect the safety car to pull away somewhere around Bico de Pardo at turn 10, probably next time by. And then, yes, the race leader has control all the way from Junsao, but given that I believe they'll be expected to wait until the safety car enters the pit lane, and overlap is not allowed until the beginning of the pit entry, at least at that divider, that point where the line is marked on the tracker, so the DRS activation point. And just waiting to, yes, get this race underway. And yes, we're just being advised that, yes, what happened there at pit entry is being investigated, and making sure that's all corrected here under safety car order. So it looks like if there is a decision for Peacock, it is just going to be a redress for him. More drivers actually opted to come down the lane this time by, and I believe that is to fix up some damage best they can here before the race gets underway.
Well, now we start properly forming up here. Corey Shepherd is going to have all the pressure on him with Wayne Burke starting behind, but Shepherd has a slight advantage here. Once the pace car pulls away, Shepherd controls the pace of the field, and once they get into the restart zone, he can go whenever he likes. There's an opportunity for him to catch Wayne Burke by surprise. So it's been very elusive, this first SCOPS win in top split for Corey Shepherd. Every bit of potential for him to get it here tonight. The pace car is already pulling away as they come out of Pinheirinho, which, if you're curious, means pine tree in Brazilian Portuguese. So, bumper to bumper on the way through Bico de Pato. Junsao is where the acceleration zone begins, but will Shepherd decide to hold off a bit longer, keep the field bunched up, and then take them by surprise on the run up to the start-finish line?
I think he's going to have to, because the safety car's only just coming up to Subito dos boxes now, so...
Oh no, he's away.
Okay, so he's going for it. Safety car will get to pit lane in the meantime, but so now have to wait for the overlap to begin at the DRS activation boards, and where that line denotes the split between the racetrack and pit entry. So there it is there. Green flag for the front of the field, and we get this race back underway here. Lap number 7 of 26. So who can make these tyres last now with an early pit stop? That does change things here for most of these guys. Odessa just all single file for now at the front of the field through the center S, but towards the back of the group, you see Tyler Blackman's been a little wide through turn 1 and 2. He's got Bradley Vaughan now pressuring there, and O'Shea behind them, also looking to get a move on here. But towards the front of the field, top 4 of Shepherd, Burke, Scott, and Down. Small breakaway from Richie Stanaway in 5th place, but at this stage, far too early to call anything as a bit of a breakaway group, because there's a bit of ebb and flow here as well for good measure.
Madison Down looking to break into the top 3 here. He is no stranger to finishing first in V8SCOPS, and in pretty much any series he elects to run. He's right on the bumper of Scott, isn't he, coming through Pinheirinho. It's not going to be an opportunity for a move in Bico de Pato. He's just not got an overlap there. Down is a very careful and respectful racer, one of the most experienced drivers in the field, so he knows his way around a bunch of other cars in front and behind. But coming out of Junsao, Shepherd puts the power down again in the lead, and it's a 7/10 of a second lead that he has over Wayne Burke. And now Burke is going to have to start looking behind, because not only has he got a very pressuring James Scott, but Madison Down, Richie Stanaway also trying to catch back up to these guys in the slipstream.
Yep, that is very true indeed, although looks like just the traction there for Shepherd's car was quite good out of Junsao and through the slower corners in the mid part of the lap, because Burke was there with him on the race restart. But yeah, small buffer opened up as we jump back down the field. Hayden Velden, number 53 for Synergy Sim Racing, is currently wrestling with Tyler Blackburn. Dylan O'Shea's just gotten through on Blackburn, and they've got Hayden Harrison behind there. You know, that's a long way around the track there for Harrison down the Retta Raposta. That's a solid slowdown there for him. And he almost thinks about turning in, but he's got overlap on the rear end of Veld, so he has to back out of that. And now, small gap there puts him under pressure from Sebastian Flock and Ian Ford, the ERT duo there. So Yeah, elbows out and get ready to wrestle here, it would seem. Plenty of action there on that last one. Up the inside of Blackburn goes Veld at turn number 8, but he's not got the job done. He's got to try to go around the outside of Pinarino here. Oh, squeezing Blackburn to try and get the job done, but Blackburn holds up and gets the power down first to take the lead back. Harrison on the brakes, locked it up, but turn 10, and it,
Oh, no.
dear me, Blackburn spun it all by himself there, Reese, and it's course 3 wide, 2 deep, and all kinds of chaos. They come down through Magulo and Junsao.
Actually, Blackburn did not spin it by himself. He got a tap from Hayden Harrison at the apex of the corner, so that has messed things up here for this pack here. Hayden Harrison now side by side with Jamie Dyke, who, don't forget, started right at the back of the field. Dyke's had a pretty good race here. He's up 17 places now, and with that damage to the front of Harrison's Mustang, he's not going to have much luck in a straight line. He's going to have to keep an eye out for Bradley Sanders and the ERT machine of Bailey Frid. Oh, Frid not able to get up the inside there of Sanders. Has left himself open to an attack from Brett Loxton. And the two teammates here for Jinx Shifters, Chris Coxhead trying to find his way through as well. He's going to back out of that one because Loxton already committing to the inside of the Retta Oposta. Will he be able to make up the place on Frid? No, not quite. Has to back out of it at the apex.
Yeah, Frid able to sort of force him narrow there and make him compromise the speed through the turn, otherwise risk turning Frid and the penalty that would probably come with that there. And back on the virtual racing score replay here, and it is the actual fainted to netcode touches. That's why I thought it looked clear for a second there for Hayden Harrison and Tyler Blackburn, but unfortunately, good old-fashioned internet connection and scuffle helps make that go from a non-event to a bit of contact as Bailey Frid tries up the inside of Bico DePardo this time. He's trying to get past Brad Sanders there, but not able to get the job done. But thankfully, no contact between the two of them in that particular instance, so they all head down to Junsao as they were, and Fred will have to try again down the front straightaway here, get on the attack so that he can leave Sanders in the clutches of Brett Loxton behind him. And it's a good drive off the corner for Fred, but we'll check in that later because back to the front of the field and gap starting to normalise there between the top 3. Maybe Wayne Burke just closing the gap a fraction to Corey Shepherd, but also small margin there for him back to his teammate James Scott, who's now got Madison down all over his rear bumper here, Reese.
Oh, just seen Bradley Sanders has come together with Brett Loxton on the exit of turn 3. Oh, I was keeping an eye on that fight, and yeah, it does seem that a little bit of a coming together there. Looked like Sanders was able to recover it. Watch him here. Coming into turn 3, he'll have Loxton go up his inside at turn 1, try to maintain the outside through turn 2. Looked like the move was almost done, but then Loxton decides to stick it up the inside of turn 3, and Sanders goes for one heck of a ride, manages to recover it, fortunately, but back down now to 31st place. Still one up from where he started as we check out the number 3 trying to find his way past, number 5, Bailey Frid, battling with Hayden Harrison and sweeping around the outside of Mogulo to take the position.
Up the inside of Bico DePardo and secures the job there for him as back towards the front of the field again. Madison down, still running in 4th place here, keeping the pressure on the top 3. Look at that though, they're up there at the front of shot, Reese. That gap's closed quite a bit nicely under brakes between Wayne Burke and Corey Shepherd, but the traction for the 017, as well as also that natural accordion as you sort of increase the gap and shrinks again between braking acceleration there. But looks to me like Wayne Burke has found a little bit of something in, pardon me, it's the 718, I should know that by now, Shepherd's number. Has closed the gap a little bit here after the opening phase of the race. Maybe just a little nicer on the tyres in these next couple of laps. We'll have to wait and see though for that to play out in any meaningful way here.
Have a look at Madison down on the back of James Scott there. He's really piling the pressure on now. Scott's going to be focusing a little bit more on keeping down behind than trying to make up time on Burke and Shepherd up ahead. So this is probably going to give Wayne Burke a little bit of extra breathing room to try and scythe up to the back of Corey Shepherd. Similar situation to what we saw at the start of this race, except now it's Madison Down who's challenging for the podium places. No further action for the incident between cars 947 and 096. A few laps ago, it was Tyler Blackburn, one of the cars involved in that one, the other one being Hayden Harrison. So it looks like Race Control agreed with your assessment there, Dan. It looked like a little bit of internet latency playing its part there.
Yeah, indeed, as we continue to watch it. Down, keeping nice and close under brakes there into the center S. And again, Wayne Burke is just inching towards the rear end of Corey Shepherd's car up the front of this field as they come out of the Curve de Sol and down the Red Riposta. So it's sort of becoming two mini groups of two, but I get the feeling here Madison Down's play obviously is just stick with James Scott, don't do anything rash, and keep that race leader in sight. You want to be there, play the long game. And certainly in Madison's case, being one of our championship leaders who is also racing here tonight, certainly a good opportunity to maximise the advantage on points. So be very curious to see how things play for him. But yeah, continue to be patient for now, it would seem. Although, what's the bet? I say something like this and give it like 2 or 3 laps, and then he'll be going for it and establishing himself to have a go at second and first if he reckons he's got a bit something there over James Scott in this phase of the race.
Well, we're almost up to the halfway point now. Have a look at how wide Corey Shepherd went there into Junsao. He is trying desperately to find everything possible to keep that gap between himself and Wayne Burke. And we saw the incident with Brett Loxton a little bit before. Looks like Race Control have deemed that no further action as well, because Loxton did get on the brakes and let the other car go. So Down just sitting behind James Scott at the moment. There's not much in the way of banzai moves being made. It's probably going to be later in the race that we're starting to see those big moves, but this battle further on back, TTR car involved in all of this, of Kurt Stenberg chasing down Darren Lobb and Brian Borg. Borgie still holding on to a position in the top 10, 3 positions down from where he started, but he has a crucial small gap there over the battling pair of Lobb and Stenberg, and they're going to have to start thinking about Sean McNamara shortly as well. McNamara, one of the few cars in the field that hasn't made up or lost any positions so far. He'll be looking to try and change that as Burke continues to round up Shepherd here. They're bumper to bumper on the way into Pinheirino. This is fantastic racing that we're seeing here at the front of the field. It's mostly a waiting game here between the drivers. We're not seeing out and out diving into every single corner, but you don't need that to have a good race.
No, you don't, and certainly everyone, I think, really managing tyres for the time being, given that pit stop probably just made everyone play an earlier hand than they were thinking. You would presume, given it is inching up slightly in track temperature, it has indeed increased to 26 degrees on track. Air temperature is remaining constant for now, but as the virtual clock ticks forward past 8 a.m. in the sim, that will continue to pick up a few degrees here. So you can see that now, Burke showing half a nose into turn 1, but is content to stay there and do his thing as Brady Myers, in the meanwhile, up past Richie Stanaway, gets that job done there by turn 2. So up into P5, and Stanaway now he's still on the bumper, and Myers there could potentially go for a move back here down the Red Riposta, but no, that looks to have rolled out ever so slightly, settle into his P6 now, and focus on behind him as through turn 3 there. That's Ian Ford, Hayden Veld, and Damien Johnson going 2 wide and +1. As down the Red Riposta, it's Johnson trying to get through here on Veld, and he has indeed gotten through there. And we're also being told that general warning from Race Control at the moment to the field about the use of track limits down at Junsao Reese and the need to not just burn up their 1X off tracks running wide there, despite what might be otherwise convention. So Shepherd's line there through that final corner must have been pushing the limits a bit, and you can see this time by a lot more on that painted white line, denoting the typical track limits around the circuit here.
Yes, indeed. So It's specifically the blue area of the final corner, that bright blue runoff that race control wants to clamp down on. We did see Shepard doing it a couple of times, as here is a potential move for the lead of the race. Shepard has to go defensive now versus Wayne Burke, who got a great slipstream. Can Burke keep it here? Oh, bit of a squeeze between the two, some slight contact. Wayne Burke gets into the lead of the race. Shepard gets crossed up over the curb. That gives the chance to James Scott to get around the outside. Goodness gracious, they were so close to making contact there. Down now finds himself in contention for a podium position. This is fantastic. It looks like Shepard's still trying to keep himself in this fight, but wow, 3 positions lost in the space of just a few corners there for Corey Shepard. He won't be too happy with how that went down, but not necessarily out of any kind of bad feelings against another driver. Just looked like a very difficult situation to be in as we check back in the battling here. It looks like Brian Borg has lost that position to Darren Lobb, but he's going to lock up on the way to the corner and turn Lobb around. Oh, dearie me, they both come together. Borg keeps going. Lobb has to stop there on the racetrack. He's going to have to let the field go here as they... Oh, he's right in the middle of the circuit. Drivers don't know where to go.
And oh, look at that. Hayden Harrison shows up on the scene just as Lobb takes an opportunity to try and spin the car around and get out of that precarious position there. I said that actually there was just moments before they got up to turn number 8 there. Madison Down had a small moment on the way into the corner, locked the brakes. He still holds on to P3 though, so that didn't affect things too majorly there. But what it has done is that fighting obviously for the top 4 has brought Brady Myers a little bit closer in, and he's still bringing Stanaway and Rick Kuznetsov with Shepard deep at turn 1. He's going to let Myers through there. Maybe that car just not set up well for a race stint here, because that really looks like it's now 1 lap just being passed and just the effect, the freight train effect there through turns 1, 2, 3, 4. But that was just an unforced error from Shepard, and has to fend off Stanaway. He's able to get it done there and try and get some help here from Rick Kuznetsov in the 008 machine there behind. But yeah, it's after good 1 lap pace and having a semblance of control over the race start here, it's starting to come apart quite quickly indeed for the 718 there, as it's now Synergy 1-2, but down right with James Scott still, who is right there with Wayne Burke as well to keep our top 3. Nothing in it between them at this stage.
Oh, yeah, Madison Down. He sees the door open there on James Scott. Gets up the inside of Pico de Pato, but Scott gets the power down nicely around the outside. Keeps the position through Mogulo. Down's not going to go for the move at Junsao surely. Oh, well, there we go. He does stick the nose up, and oh, so little space given, but Down manages to make it work. Fantastic racing between these two. Down and Scott, very familiar with each other over the last couple of years. They know how to race each other cleanly. It'll all come down to the braking zone for turn 1 as, a little bit of a tap to the right rear there as Scott had to avoid the pit wall. Another tap to the side here. They're putting some Morse code on each other's bodywork, aren't they, as Scott defends from Down. Coming into turn 1 and 2, and man, Down couldn't quite hook up the throttle there. Scott was right across the racetrack.
Yeah, trying to cut back and forth and get the preferred run off the turns, but it's just allowing Wayne Burke to walk away here, and maybe that's what obviously Madison Down here sees. He reckons he's got the better car now for the race run, but he's just trying to get every bit of drive he can off the turns, and Scott taking defensive lines at the moment into these corners means that he's compromising his corner exits Down, unable to get up the inside. Never mind that though, up the inside at Ferradura. They race a bit more side by side between the two, and looks like that's job mostly done, and in fact going to give Brady Myers a chance to have a go at the 088 now. So back and forth they go here, and down through turn number 9 there. Pinarino keeping it nice and see for now. Scott, I think, having to start driving. Yes, Scott is now having to drive defensively to hang on to what he's got here, as indeed in the background Brian Borg in the 017 has been issued a penalty for the contact with Darren Lobb at turn number 8 back on lap 15.
Yeah, race control have been quite busy here today. Scott still holds on to a position on the podium, but he could be under threat here from Brady Myers. It looks like the TTR cars up at the front of the field certainly good on the long run. They're able to make those tyres last and keep those competitive lap times up as Myers goes for the dive here at turn 1. Can he get it done on James Scott? He's alongside, but not quite enough.
He forced Scott, though, to light the rears, Reese.
Yeah, he did. Would this work out well for Corey Shepherd, potentially? Shepherd's still right there, and Scott's going to have to go defensive here versus Myers. They get on the brakes for Interlagos, and Myers tucks back in behind. He's going to pick up the throttle nicely, but I don't think it's going to be a run up the inside into Ferradura, at least not this time around. Shepherd, though, oh, he thought about it, but Myers saw him coming and went, no, you are not going to play a part in this. I've got my own stuff to work out.
Yeah, these guys are completely locked together, and so Myers in that position of having to attack and defend, but so is Shepherd here because, well, Richie Stanaway was quite on the bumper as well. So 4 cars lined up, nothing in it. Myers up the inside for Bigger Pardo there, forces the door open. Scott's going to have to give him a space, but oh, they both come together as they try and give each other the minimum cars width requirement. But look at that there, Scott up the inside of Magulo hanging on to the spot is able to keep that position for now. So trying everything they can to get the move done here are these guys, attack and defense likewise. So they'll continue at it there. So it's 5 cars lined up for P3 pretty much here as your front 2 begin to skip away. It's also bringing, I'd say, Andrew Dyson and Jordan Ross just back of shot there. They're 8th and 9th on the road, but, well, this keeps up. They'll have a chance at the fight for 3rd overall. As Myers up the inside for turn 1. He's late on the brakes. He opens the door and he forces it open. Scott's going to keep it open for turn 2 on the defense, though. So he goes back to 3rd place. Stanaway around the outside of Shepherd for P5, and he's thinking about the outside of Myers for P4 here down the Red Araposta.
Fantastic moves there from Richie Stanaway to take advantage of that slight contact. Myers going to keep it up the inside, but Stanaway, if he can maintain this outside line, he is going to have the inside for Ferradura, and he'll be able to defend properly. But goodness me, Corey Shepherd is probably feeling a bit frustrated here as Myers just fires it into Ferradura to try and keep the position over Richie Stanaway. It's not going to happen. Stanaway makes a little bit of contact with him as he gets back onto the racing line. Stanaway sliding through the right-hander, and Shepherd sees the door open, takes advantage, but then comes together with Myers. This is going to open the door to Rick Kuznetsov. Oh, he doesn't have much space there on the outside of the hairpin. He's going to have to wait for another opportunity there. How about Andrew Dyson, meanwhile, in the simrigs.com Mustang? Goodness me, it's bumper cars out there.
Yeah, the freight training in full effect here in race number 1, Reese. And there you go, Dyson up the inside of Jun Xiao. Myers is defending with everything he's got, but it's just causing him pain on pain there. He's gone, all the way back from P number 4 to P8 as, oh dear, Bailey Frid's on his roof at Bigger Pardo.
Oh dear. New signing for Evolution Racing Team, and something horrible has happened there for Bailey Frid, spinning the wheels in protest, trying to wait for race control's call here. Looks to me like it was contact with Brett Loxton on the run out of Pinheirino that started it off. And there's potential here for another safety car, and there is.
Yeah, no surprises there. A car on its roof, that's almost always a call for a safety car here. So we're going to have ourselves, at best, 5, maybe 4 or 3 laps even for a sprint to the end, as we're going to have a look at it here on the Virtual Racing Score replay. Oh dear. Now, I believe that's Chris Coxhead in the damaged HJR entry, but then you've also got the second of those entries there. Now, I've got to unfortunately find them and remind myself. Look at that. Frid out wide, and oh dear. David Kirby into throw 7, and yes, the lightest of touches and up and over onto his roof. So, from bad to worse for Bailey Frid there in an instance. That was a bit of hip and shoulder. Brett Loxton, the 209, pardon me, that was the name I was looking for there. So we're going to have another look at it here. So on board with Kirby towards the back of the group. So we've got, so Bailey Frid up there. So up the inside goes Coxhead, and loses the rear at turn 8. That sends Bailey wide. We're still on the track, so Loxton gets through, but they're now 3 wide on the exit of turn 8. A little bit of a rub there, and then, massive knock. Maybe some neck code, and then just through there. Bit of a touch from Kirby, and then, the tiniest bit of a bump into the tyre barrier again there, Reese. And, that's all she wrote for the number 5 car in this first race.
Yeah, shame for Bailey Frid. He'll he'll be hoping that it's that things are going to come his way again in race 2. But Wayne Burke here in the lead. He has won at Interlagos before, and he could easily do it again, but he's got Madison down behind him. And if there's one driver you don't want behind you, it is Madison down, as Ian Ford comes in for the second time here, going to get some extra sets of tyres there potentially to give himself a little bit more to work with towards the end of the race. Same for Tyler Blackburn. I'm noticing something about Bailey, Fred. He's on his roof, and he's actually sliding downhill. Look at how far over to the right he is on the racetrack now. He started out all the way over on driver's left, and if you pay close attention to the car, you can just see it's very slowly sliding down the tarmac. So the next time the drivers come around, they're going to have to change their line.
Yeah, so there we go. Gravity does mean that that car is inching along at less than 1 kilometre per hour, but it's destined to make the grass at this rate. So, well, there you go. And
yeah.
Journey of a oversized snail, perhaps.
Yes.
In V8SCOPS. So I guess it's the first time for everything you watch on broadcast, perhaps. And so, indeed, the field makes their way around the left side of the circuit to clear the stricken car. Now, with the way they're all bunched up and the car's still out on track, this looks like we're going to have ourselves a 4-lap sprint through the finish of this one here, Reese. And, well, that will be very fascinating to watch in terms of who has got the sprint pace left in their car after all has been said and done up until now, at the front of the field at least. That will be, I think, a fascinating watch here. Wayne Burke has been, comfortably up the front, but Madison Down looked to have some good pace there against the other Synergy car of James Scott. So I guess it's a question of who's got a little bit left in the tank. So Frid's car has been removed from the circuit, so one more lap under safety car presumably here to finish up this intervention period, and then yes, a 4-lap dash. Lights go out on the Logitech G safety car. That should signal to us that the safety car comes in. We await confirmation in a short while here from the race control team.
All right. I think we're on for an incredible race here at the front of the field, down behind Burke, and definitely taking good care of his tyres, keeping that pace up. He's going to be piling the pressure on. James Scott still maintains third. Unfortunately for Brady Myers, though he was in contention for the top 5, he has fallen down the order a little in the midst of everything that went on there. Now down to 8th place. He'll be trying to find his way back past Dyson, Kuznetsov, Shepard and Stanaway. But I think it's going to be a very tall order to be able to do all of that in just 4 laps. Richie Stanaway, meanwhile, speaking of him, has made his way back up into 4th, and he'll be looking to maintain that as much as possible. If he could get a podium, that would be an excellent turnaround for Stanaway's season.
Yep, indeed. He's obviously been here racing regularly for this season, and just not quite having the pace to be up front, but certainly a mixed round tonight here at Interlagos, and making the most of the opportunity here that's presented to him, I would dare suggest. So I think, been a clever, patient drive from him so far tonight, Reese. And, certainly, you can see that hasn't actually technically moved from where he started this one. That Mustang is in good condition still, which means that he should be ready and raring to go. It's just about when he makes any moves and what moves he's got left in him, because, taking advantage of people fighting ahead of you is one thing. Being able to set up your moves for yourself is another. So there goes the safety car in the hands of Nick Parker. And so the field will fall to the control of Wayne Burke. Now, we saw Corey Shepard, of course, race go on the exit of Jun Seau. So safety car will be on its way to the pit lane, but all eyes on the race leader. Just over 4 laps of running to go. And you can see they're all lining up. They're going to give him absolutely nothing in terms of space to work with here. So round Jun Seau we come. And he waits a little bit longer, holding speed. And he waits for the call, and there he goes up the hill towards the bit of those boxes. The overlap can't start till the line indicating pit entry. And also that DRS marker there as well. So they're going to have to stay single file for no. That's a good jump for Wayne Burke there. Reese gets himself at least 2 or 3 car lengths as we go back to green with 4 laps of racing and down immediately on the defensive.
Yes, oh, he's really defending there from James Scott. They almost come together into turn 1. There's a bump. Scott has run wide, and that could potentially bring things open for Richie Stanaway as Michael Taliancic tries to find his way past Bradley Vaughan. Looks like Vaughan winning that little battle, and it looks like the number 19 of Dylan O'Shea making his way through as well. Stanaway now on the back of James Scott. Corey Shepherd trying to work his way towards them, but it looks like Down and Burke have broken away from the field as Taliancic and O'Shea both off the circuit. Blake Delaney doing incredibly well at the moment, fresh off the win in Split 2. He's made up a lot of places. He's now in 13th, and if these guys continue to battle like they are, he could be in potentially for a top 10 position. But Down on the back of Burke now towards the hairpins. Is there going to be a dive at Bico DePato? No, Burke goes defensive. He tries to make the line as tight as possible into the corner.
Yep, that's clearly defensive mindset. Fully engaged, and well, yeah, no surprises here. These cars have been, well, I have to say the TCR cars in particular have looked quite strong in these the later phase of that run there. So small reset for everyone might help here, but that's a good run for both of the cars off of Jun Sao. The question is, what can Madison Down do with it here towards turn 1? And he's closing in quite nicely there, but Burke's up against the pit wall here with 3 to go. So it's going to have to be the outside if he wants to make something work. And on board now with the 89 of Wayne Burke into turn 1. Where is Madison Down? Right there on the inside. At turn 2, he's there, but again, he can't seal the deal, so he has to tuck back in for the Curva de Sol. But he's able to get there before James Scott is able to make moves, and James Scott, though, is defending from Richie Sanaway. So there comes the 62, thinking about that 3rd place here.
Oh, yes, indeed. Stanaway is doing a fantastic job at the moment, making James Scott sweat, as Wayne Burke is definitely sweating there. Madison Down wants to go around the outside of Ferradura. Can he get it done? Oh, maybe a little bit of contact between them. Burke maintains the position.
He does. Oh, Down got a nose ahead through the mid part of the corner. He's able to tuck back in again behind Burke and prevent Scott from getting back to P2 here. So despite the fact that he's having to deal with elbows out here and giving it what he can there. You can see, look at them compressing into Bico DePato. That's Rick Kuznetsov, teammate to Corey Shepherd, opening the door there at turn 10, actually trying to get his way through. So, yeah, no team orders at Premiere tonight, it seems. So they're going at it between them, but that also puts the Premiere cars vulnerable to Andrew Dyson. And Brady Myers is attempting to come back through the field here and get towards the front half of the top 10. But out of Jun Sao this time, it looks like Madison Down a little bit worse off than Wayne Burke. And James Scott going with him here. 2 to go at the line, Reese. I don't think we'll see a move to the inside this one, but no, Madison Down is going to follow and take the outside entry here. As look at that, Shepherd defending from Kuznetsov here into turn 1 again.
It's been a brilliant race for Premier Racing team here. They got 2 cars in the top 6. They'll certainly be happy with that. Oh dear, something going on towards the back.
Look at that. More cars than I saw initially, but Hayden Harrison and Cameron Veacock together. And it's clipped one of the Race on Oz cars, a second one of the Send It Simswell Centuries, and another of the Race on Oz cars. So Harrison, Veacock, looks like it says Logan Barnett there involved, Ben Smith as well. So that's a bit of a horror show for a couple of those guys here tonight who have been grappling with several incidents up and down the field as we go back to our race leaders because they're still at it here. Madison Down shaping back up onto the rear of Wayne Burke, but James Scott's going with him this time, and Richie Sanaway doesn't look like he's got quite an answer at this stage, so I think we're really shaping up for a top 3 fight for the win here. Sanaway obviously, though, in the prime position, Reese, if something is to go wrong for this group of cars.
Very true. So, put the power down as best you can out of Jun Sao. Don't go too wide on the way in, otherwise race control will have words. Madison Down, the second half of the last lap didn't go too well for him. I think he burned up his tyres there trying to make his way past Wayne Burke, and it ultimately didn't work out for him. He is in the slipstream coming into the first corner though. Does Burke go defensive? He does stay a little bit more towards the inside, but Down really forcing the issue. He's overcooked it. They come together, and that's going to put James Scott into the lead of the race. Oh dear, Wayne Burke manages to recover it. Richie Stanaway now is looking at a podium place. Corey Shepherd might be as well. They all come together. Oh, big contact between Wayne Burke and Richie Stanaway. They too manage to keep it going forward. Stanaway on the racing line into Interlagos. He's going to have to try and get a good power down here to keep Madison down behind him. But here comes Madison trying again here on Wayne Burke. Oh, this is going to get messy. Burke having to defend from Stanaway. Gets a little bit of a tap there in the rear bumper, but Kuznetsov and Shepherd will be right there to take advantage. Burke up the inside of down, manages to get second place back. James Scott, this has worked out fantastically for him. He is jetting away from the rest of the field, and Stanaway gets up the inside of down, and Abico DePato will get onto the podium if he can maintain this. Down might lose the position to Shepherd as well. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know how many times I've said that here tonight, but it has been a brilliant sequence of racing here in V8SCOPS as Rick Kuznetsov gets through on Corey Shepherd. That's one more position lost for our pole sitter. But up the front, wow, what an incredible drive from James Scott. He was right there to take advantage when the leaders came together, and he will take the first win of the night here in Split 1 at Interlagos. Burke holds on for a Synergy Sim Racing 1-2, and Stanaway gets down at the line.
Yeah, and then just back of shot there, we saw Brady Myers drag racing Andrew Dyson to the line. He gets the job done by 6/100ths of a second there is what the end margin is, as we got more fighting here between Kenneth Ladder and Cameron Veacock. Ladder's going to hang on there for that position at the line as they come across, and, well, battered and bruised so many in this field. But, well, yeah, can't say any more about that. Madison down going for the ultra-ambitious dive at turn number 1 and just opens the door for James Scott in P3 to drive on through and leave the rest of these guys to fend for the remaining positions on the podium. And yeah, Burke getting the spot back there, and Richie Stanaway doing what I thought he would hope to do at least, and getting himself a podium here tonight through just a bit of patience and then a good timing and good defense, as they were all stacked up there together. And here's just saying also the Premier Racing Team cars of Kuznetsov and Shepherd fighting all the way to the line, and well, with all of the argy-bargy once it got to Biko DePato there on the final lap, Kuznetsov getting through and putting Shepherd under pressure from Myers and Dyson for a moment there, but it didn't end up being the case. So here is your full results from the first of our 2 split sprint races here tonight. James Scott walks away with the race win, 1.2 seconds clear of Wayne Burke to make it a Synergy Sim Racing 1-2 for the opener tonight. Richie Stanaway, a good result for him. He'll be very happy, I think, with P3 in that first one there. And then it's going to be Madison down, bumped off the podium there after going for the lead. So P4 for him in the first one tonight. Rick Kuznetsov leads home Corey Shepherd for the Premier Racing Team, 5 and 6 for them. Ahead of Brady Myers, as we said, sneaking ahead of Andrew Dyson. Out of Jun Sao there for 7th and 8th. And then Jordan Ross makes it 3rd Synergy car in the top 10 tonight. And Sean McNamara rounding out said top 10 for 9.5 Sim Sports.
Kurt Stenberg made up 7 places over the course of 26 laps, comes home in 11th place. Bradley Vaughan makes it into 12th from outside the top 20. Same for Blake Delaney. Damian Johnstone started 31st and is up to 14th. It was a very profitable race for the O33, with Dylan O'Shea coming home in 15th. Hayden Veld was a top 10 start for him, but suffered plenty of issues out there. Contact with other cars putting him down into P16. Same deal for Brenton Hobson, losing 3 spots and coming home in 17th. Sebastian Flock, well, qualifying didn't go his way, but the race certainly did. He's up to 18th there on his V8SCOPS debut for the Evolution Racing team. Brett Loxton comes home in 19th, with Chris Coxhead, his teammate, rounding out the top 20.
21st place tonight goes to Ian Ford there after that gamble for the late tyre change. And then leads home Brian Borg there, 22nd place, and a rough night for the 017 after being up quite nicely there in qualifying earlier, Reese, but he'll have to settle for that one there for now. Tyler Blackburn follows him home in 23rd place ahead of David Kirby in 24th. Then we go back, Justin Wallace there for 25th place, and Jamie Dyke up a handful of spots there, 12 indeed for the 080 to 26th place ahead of Kenneth Ladder there, who just edges out Cameron Veacock for 27th and 28th respectively. And then it's Darren Lobb and Bradley Sanders to round out the top 30 after a bit of mishap for the pair of them in various incidents there.
Benjamin Smith comes home in 31st place. Michael Taliancic did qualify well, but things went very much awry for him in the race. And Hayden Harrison as well, the last car to finish on the lead lap. Logan Barnett comes home a lap down. Bailey Frid, unfortunately, retiring after getting sent onto his roof coming into Bica de Pato. Brady Baldwin with some heavy damage from the opening lap, 16 laps down for him. Lee Ellis, we saw him emerge from the pits late on in the race, but a very unfortunate run for him to be sure. 37th out of the drivers for him, 38th for Luke Mitchinson, Christopher Ireland 39th, and Hayden Sell also out by the end of lap 2. So that brings to an end proceedings for race 1, but we still have another race to go, and we're going to be going straight into it. No qualifying session. The second fastest lap times from qualifying will set the grid for this next race. Can James Scott come home with another victory? Will Corey Shepherd be able to get that elusive first victory for himself tonight? Or will Wayne Burke make his Interlagos magic work for him again? Find out very shortly. Stay with us here on SimSpeed TV. The virtual racing school V8SCOPS is still far from over.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going around the outside. Both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh, my God.
Big crash. Oh, my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh, my God.
God, what?
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRating roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going around the outside of both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God.
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
You're watching the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS for 2022. Finally, we can get into the racing action for Race 2 of Split 1. And what a finish it was. What a second half of the race it was, in fact, in Split 1. A fantastic finish with James Scott coming home with the victory in Race 1. Pole sitter Corey Shepherd, unfortunately losing out a bit there in the second half of the race, had to settle for 6th. And wow, I can't wait for this to get off now. Dan Yeaman, I am Reese Gardner, Dan alongside me in the commentary box, but goodness me, Dan, we've got a little bit of a mixed up grid to work with as well, because those second fastest times from qualifying are now in effect.
Yep, they are indeed, and thank you to those who have stuck with us here, and looking forward to getting this one underway in a few minutes' time once the drivers have joined this second race server to wrap this one up here tonight. So you can see that just over 5 minutes remaining to get everyone in here and get back to racing. But yes, let's turn our attention to those qualifying times. If you missed us talk about it at the start of the show this evening, one qualifying session before race 1 with the second fastest time setting the grid for this second race tonight. Now, the quick summary is the top 4 are unchanged. Shepherd, Burke, Scott, Stanaway starting as they were, race for that. And then P5 is being taken by Brian Borg, and then Hayden Veld up to P6. Brenton Hobson jumped up 7 spots to P7, and then it's Brady Myers, Jordan Ross, and Bailey Frid to round out your top 10 here for this second race. It's a pretty mixed up grid already tonight, it would seem, but this format has mixed it up even further again.
Yeah, and one of the big surprises from qualifying was Madison Down not being able to get a competitive second time in. He's going to start all the way down in 14th position, which is a place that we almost never see the reigning champion of this series. So either way, this is there's potential here for some great drives in this second race. Madison could definitely make up a lot of places here, but he's going to have to work his way through some drivers that have really come to the fore this season. A quick check of the weather here. We are now in late afternoon conditions. It's just coming up to 5:23 in the evening in sim time, and the track is a little bit warmer than we saw it in race 1, 25 degrees Celsius, but as you can see, there's a lot of clouds over the racetrack, so not much UV hitting the racing line and making that rubber real slippery. I think the drivers should have a good amount of grip available to them here.
Yeah, starting with a higher track state for this one tonight, 50% versus 25 that we saw was set up for the first race. Obviously, there was a bit of practice and qualifying for that one here, whereas we've got ourselves a short practice to just get everyone in and then straight into the race. So yeah, this will mean that things are a little different here. It is already approaching 5:30 virtual time for this one here. So, and then the air temperature's up. The track temperature actually, Reese, I don't think is all that much higher than what we saw towards the end of the first race here. So that it's more about what is the air temperature going to do for these guys here in these cars, and also will we see it shift down cooler? Going off of SCOPS supports from Friday night once again, I'm going to say not really. We didn't see a lot of weather change, despite the fact that races, we had one in the dusk light and then one which was properly dark, and minimal change there between those ones, as a bit of a hint as to what we might see from this one here coming up in just 2.5 minutes time now.
Yes, plus another 3 minutes for the gridding time. There's plenty to consider going into this race. Stanaway still starting in the top 4, managed to snatch a podium away, and has really turned his season around as the number 62. We saw in previous rounds he definitely had the ability to be up there, but for some reason it just was never coming together for him. It's definitely come together for him here at Interlagos. And another driver we'll have to consider is, of course, Wayne Burke, who's going to be starting in second. Managed to finish second in race 1, bringing home a Synergy 1-2 with his new teammate James Scott. But Burke has passed form here in Sao Paulo. As we've said before on the broadcast, he took his first V8SCOPS win at this very track.
Yeah, that's certainly a good thing to have in the back of your mind, or at least in your back sleeve there. And yeah, I think definitely clearly showing he's got the goods so far tonight. But it's been certainly a lot of argy-bargy towards the front pack. Nothing obviously problematic or poor unsporting-like, but certainly it's going to be a case of putting yourself in the right place at the right time tonight to be able to maximise the pace and potential here. I will be curious to see in this second race, particularly Corey Shepherd. He may be a little bit out-muscled at one particular point, but it also just seemed like his car didn't quite have the pace potential that some of the other cars showed towards the end part, and it was maybe a little bit of a combination of both. Things a little bit different in this server. So yeah, maybe for his sake, you'd like to think that he can deliver a little bit better of a long run for this one tonight. But again, maybe we don't get the safety car to bring everyone in a little as early as they did in the first race, and that will see a change of strategy as well for good measure, Reese.
Yeah, every chance we might see a safety car. We did see one in race 1, but it happened quite early, which forced a lot of drivers into going long in the second half of the race. In fact, or pretty much all of our drivers doing that. But some were able to handle the long run better than others, particularly the Trans-Tasman cars of Brady Myers and Madison Down. They were able to keep the pace up very nicely all the way up to the last couple of laps. Well, practice is over. It is time to go through the grid for the second race of the night in Split 1 here at Interlagos. Once again, it is Corey Shepherd and Wayne Burke on the front row, with James Scott and Richie Stanaway in third and fourth here. Excellent qualifying performances from those guys, incredibly consistent, and they'll be looking to capitalise a little further here in race 2. Brian Borg and Hayden Veld round out the top 6. For Veld, it's his new best qualifying performance of all time in V8SCOPS. He was his former best result was 10th at Belle Isle in 2020. 7th place, Brenton Hobson. Brenton has only qualified higher than 7th in 5 races previously, with Brady Myers starting alongside him. Jordan Ross and Bailey Frid will round out the top 10, and then it's Rick Kuznetsov and Dylan O'Shea, 11th and 12th.
13th place for this second one's going to go to Sean McNamara, and as we said, joined by Madison Down there in 14th to complete row number 7. Not quite the place the number 1 car would expect to be, but, well, he has shown he can tussle it out with his guys. He's going to have to make his way through a bit more traffic to get back to where he would like to be. Row number 8, all DPR. Andrew Dyson starting out at 15th. You have Darren Lobb alongside him for 16th place. And then how about that? Evolution Racing Team will line up side by side with Bradley Vaughan and Ian Ford to round out the first 9 rows. 19th place to Chris Coxhead here in the 208 machine. He'll be hoping to have a better result after being caught up in the chaos of race 1 mid-pack. Lee Ellis also certainly going to be looking to recover after the early retirement from race 1. P20 start for him here. Hayden Harrison and Hayden Sell lining up together to share row 11, and it's Mike Taliancic and, well, with one of his former teammates, Sebastian Block, sharing the 12th row there with him, Reese.
Luke Mitchinson's going to start in 25th place. He's got Kenneth Latter alongside him. Damian Johnstone brings his car out on the 14th row with Brett Loxton. Then it's Tyler Blackburn and Kurt Stenberg, 29th and 30th. Stenny's going to have a lot of work to do here. Christopher Ireland is going to line up in 31st place alongside Cameron Veacock. Brady Baldwin 33rd in the 07 with Bradley Sanders alongside him. Benjamin Smith and Logan Barnett line up 35th and 36th. Justin Wallace starts a little bit better this time, 37th for him. Blake Delaney, our Split 2 winner, starts out of 38th place with David Kirby for company and Jamie Dyke just behind. And then that is the field. So now the pressure is on because we've got a track temperature that's pretty much the same, but it's very overcast here at Interlagos, and there's every chance the headlights might come on towards the end if it starts getting dark very quickly. Just a few seconds to go then until we get things started here at Interlagos for race 2. I've been looking forward to this for such a long time. Always love coming to this track. The revs rise and the green flag flies, away we go. This time it is a much better start for Wayne Burke. He's able to sit behind Corey Shepherd and not have to worry about an attack from Scott or Stanaway coming into turn 1. Stanaway is going to try and defend there from James Scott. Oh, almost got ahead of him. They're going to be side by side through turn 3, and it looks like a little bit of a wiggle there as there is a wreck at the back of the field. We got a couple of cars off there, in fact just one, and it is going to be Damian Johnstone, unfortunately.
Yeah, but looks like his car is quite untouched, so not ideal for him by any stretch of the mean, but that does mean at least he can get back on it, and well, safety guard probability seems to be moderately high here and tonight, so yeah, who knows, he might get a chance to bounce back in. Trouble for Brett Loxton as well there on that lap as the field continues to shuffle up and down. Supposedly, we'll have to we can find Loxton once we get a moment to take a breather, but once again, up toward there we go. There's Loxton, the 209, coming out of the Cedar Delago. Oh, spin for Lee Ellis at turn 9. He's been collected. Oh, it's 2 races in a row. The 18 taking a bit of war wounds. That one was not as bad for what little it's worth to him at this stage, I guess. And he now drops in behind Brett Loxton to be the last car running on circuit as lap 1 comes towards an end here. Oh, meanwhile, you see the leaders there. Madison Downs getting up the inside of Bailey Frid for 12th place there between them. And he's going to get that job done. A little hip and shoulder as the field makes their way past the pit entry here and up against the Armco here to complete lap 1 of 26 race.
So Madison Down creeping his way forward as Corey Shepherd has been overtaken around the outside there by Wayne Burke. Berkey back into the lead now, and Richie Stanaway right behind them. If they keep battling, this is going to be one intense fight for the top 3. Shepherd, amazing to see that those two didn't come together, and Wayne Burke putting an excellent move there around the outside. Look at that defensive move, meanwhile, in the background from Brian Borg. He's got Jordan Ross behind him. It looks like Brenton Hobson and Brian Borg have suffered a few issues there. Hobson in particular, as the leaders continue to fight. There, DPR.
Darren Lobb's around.
Yeah, Darren Lobb. He was the one who made contact with Lee Ellis to spin him around on the previous lap, unfortunately.
Oh, it's all popping off once again here. Lap 2 of 26. And these guys are throwing everything they've got at each other, and a couple of little mistakes here and there on top of that as well. It's just complete pandemonium out here on track. We see there Madison Down now up the inside of Rick Kuznetsov, looking for P11 here at Pico de Bardo, but Kuznetsov's still got the inside now for Magulo, so Madison's going to have to work a long way around here through Junsao and try and get the run to turn 1. I would think he'll surely back it off a fraction. Indeed, he does tuck in behind and straighten the exit as we go on board with Bailey Frid to have a look at it all. And Frid here going to try and follow Madison through, you would think, but there's the move done for Down as we get past the Beetlejuice boxes. And now lining up at least Kuznetsov, maybe the pair of them there. But look at the run here back in the slipstream for Kuznetsov. He's going to bump down along. No, he's going to force down a narrow, but there goes Frid. Maybe 3 wide into turn 1. That's a little risky. He backs out to tuck back in and try again with a better run off the corners here, Reese. It's all busy here in the mid-pack as Brady Myers is having a go at Hayden Veld there. In fact, they went back and forth down the straightaway with Veld actually getting the job done in the end of it all, it looks like.
Yes, and through goes Myers on Veld once again at Desida de Lago. So Hayden is really making a statement here, saying, yes, I can compete here potentially for a position in the top 5, right on the bumper of Brady Myers as they continue on through. Madison Down has made up some pretty good spots now. He's up into the top 10, up 4 places, and we're only on lap 3. What does that say for the rest of his race, I wonder? We'll find out very much presently. As, there's more contact there coming through Pinarino. It seems to be a popular place for drivers to make contact. Looked like one of the DPR cars, probably Andrew Dyson, as Hayden Harrison and Ian Ford go side by side through Bigo de Pato, and it looks like they'll just sort themselves out there. Ford just keeping it off the grass there on the run down through Magulo.
Yeah, indeed it was Dyson who got half spun there, but he carries on, not too affected, just a bit of a disruption there to the momentum. So, up the front straight they go. Wayne Burke able to hang on to the lead from Corey Shepherd through turn 1 this time by. Richie Stanaway, though, is still there. And trying to settle into a rhythm, I dare suggest, with James Scott just out of shot with these close angles for the time being, back in P4. And then, you can see here, they come down the straight. Look at that there in the background. Brian Borg, I think, has got Dylan O'Shea directly behind, but Madison Down is now up to 10th and looking to make a move here. But, well, O'Shea making the move on the inside of Borg. Does Down tuck the nose? He does indeed. He's going to get up to the rear quarter of Borgie through turn 5 here. Now, can he get around the outside of Ferradura? I'm not so sure about that. Oh, he's got round before Ferradura there, Reese. So, job done quite easily for the number 1 car as he continues to make his way back up to where he'd rather be in this field.
Indeed, and once he gets past Dylan O'Shea, he'll have some clear air to try and make up a bit of extra time on Jordan Ross, who was all on his own there in a little bit of no man's land. As there's more side-by-side going on back here, Ian Ford with Kenneth Latter making their way through. Goodness gracious. I'm always amazed to see how close the drivers get in these cars through those slower corners. It's amazing to see that they're still able to give each other the space despite driving so hard. Here's Corey Shepherd trying to come back at Wayne Burke for the race lead. Does he have the slipstream? Well, he did have the slipstream, but it wasn't quite enough to get him alongside on the way into turn 1, so he's going to have to wait here once again, and he'll have to think about the mandatory pit stop as there goes Brady. No, that's Madison Down making his way past Dylan O'Shea, now up into 8th.
Yeah, no time wasted whatsoever from the number 1 car, making another place on track there. So there's that clean air you were talking about a moment ago. Next car up the road for Madison is Jordan Ross in the 143 as Brian Borgs looking up the inside of Bailey Frid there at Desida de Lago. And Frid unable to hang around the outside. He's going to have to slot back in there, I believe. Or is he actually trying to make... Oh, pardon me. He was actually trying to get a pass done on Borg. Borg able to defend to the insiders. Back to the front 4 here, and it's closed up the gaps nicely here, Reese. Into Pinarino. Stanaway's got nowhere to go, and well, nothing left in front of him as a gap-wise, but he's bringing James Scott right with him as just back further down the field. Kurt Stemmer was having a look at one of the race on Oz cars, of Luke Mitchinson, but they look like they've stayed where they were, and Cameron Vicox also looking pretty racy here. Try and get past Stenberg himself as more tyre locking into these slow corners. That'll be wearing out the fronts. Not something that they would need, not this early in the race, as we're still staying green at this stage.
It looks like it, as Richie Stanaway tries to chase down Corey Shepherd for second here. Shepherd's lost some time to Wayne Burke there in the midst of that lap, but not much of a chance there of Stanaway moving by, because Shepherd's still got a little bit of pace on him, and Stanaway's going to have to keep an eye out for the likes of Scott and Myers behind him as well. Fantastic fighting here for second on back. And speaking of Wayne Burke in the lead, remember how he and Madison Down made contact into turn 1 near the end of race 1? Well, Bit of news, Madison Down has been given a post-race time penalty for that incident, so that is potentially going to harm his standings in the points, and it really puts on more pressure for Down to make up positions here as he still sits in 8th.
Yep, absolutely. That will mean that he is going to have to work extra hard. So, yeah, championship standings are certainly going to be busy after this one here, and we probably won't know for certain just exactly what the end result's going to be until we can crunch some numbers. So, best wait and see what happens come the end of it all, because, yeah, you see top 5, still nose to tail. Hayden Veld hanging on there in P6, but a little bit of a gap starting to form between him and Brady Myers. And then, yeah, gaps back to Jordan Ross and Madison Down, who's actually bringing Dylan O'Shea along with him here. The lead simrigs.com DPR entry there in P9 is doing a good job there, having been able to... looking at the numbers here, where is his nearest teammate? The answer would be a long way down the road, actually. I can't quite find them.
Borg in the position behind.
That would be a rival team in the Premier.
No, sorry, my apologies.
I'm trying to find someone like Andrew Dyson's name, and the answer is because Darren Lobb and Andrew Dyson have both had to go down the pit lane and they're now running towards the back of the field. That explains partly why I couldn't find a DPR card where I thought they might be. As never mind that, because back to the guys who are racing out on track. We've got Ian Ford here, currently in 18th where he started, but Kenneth Ladder wants to take that one away from him here. And up the inside at Desilo de Lago. Oh, a little bit of a hip check. Out goes Ford. He has to take the long way around and try and rejoin at turn 5. Oop, gets a little bit crossed up there. A long way off the circuit. Didn't hook it back straight away. And that means that both Stenberg and Mitchinson have gone through as a result. And it's lined up Cameron Veacock to have a go at him. Stenberg looking just ahead up the inside of Mitchinson. And door left open nice and easy there. But Mitchinson trying to go back up the inside through Pinarino. Stenberg still ahead, though. He should have that one sealed off. Indeed, he does at Pico de Barto. Back to the front, though, Reese. And once again, your top 5, nose to tail, basically nothing left in it between any of them.
Yeah, so I think it's going to come out to pit stops at the end of the day. I want to apologise for that little flub before. I heard Rick Kuznetsov and thought that you were talking about Premier Racing Team and not DPR. But either way, across the line they come to begin the 8th lap of 26, and it is going to be pit stops that I think define this battle, because now that they're in a rhythm, now that the tyres are performing at their peak pretty much, they're just going to be going down now in terms of performance. News from Race Control, a penalty for Logan Barnett for one of the incidents on lap 1 that we saw, and we can see drivers already coming into the lane. Barnett into service drive-through, but Ian Ford and Sebastian Flock are in to take service.
Yep, early stops from the Evolution boys. 10.6 seconds apiece up on the jacks, and away they both go. So we'll see what they can do. I mean, it's an early stop, though, for both of them here, so they'll have to manage those tyres carefully, given we don't expect too much of a change in the conditions as the sun is gently setting here in virtual Brazil. So back to the front of the field here, a small gap starting to open up between second and third. There's Shepherd. Looks to have just edged away a fraction from Stanaway, or Stanaway, more importantly, lost 2/10 to the front 2 guys on that last lap. It doesn't sound like much, but, well, when you're running nose to tail like this, 2/10 is a decent amount. And, well, we'll have to see. Does he become a potential bottleneck for third place that allows Burke and Shepherd to go at it mano a mano?
That is the big question. Checking back a little further back, meanwhile. Further back in the field. Likes of Brian Borg fighting, and once again it is the slipstream for Corey Shepherd. Does he have the momentum to get by Wayne Burke? No, not yet. He keeps trying to get that exit out of Junsao, but there's just not much momentum in the slipstream as Madison Down now past Jordan Ross up into 7th place. Good move made there down at turn 1. And once again, it's a good amount of clear air that Madison Down can deal with. I think at this stage, considering how compressed the field still is, it'd probably be a good idea for Down to stay out now, take advantage of that clear air, try and get some good lap times in, and then when he makes his pit stop maybe a bit later in the race, he'll be able to have that extra pace on fresher tyres that he might be able to use to get at least back into the top 5.
Yeah, I think also important to note is he's probably pushing a little harder than these guys are at this stage. Probably not by much, given that, the front of the Scops field is certainly not going to be letting off all that much during the course of a sprint race like this, but he'll be using up every bit of that car that he can, and so he can't really afford to come in early, I would dare say, either, Reese. He needs to run those tyres as long as they will manage, and then try and match these guys here for a pit stop. Maybe consider a 1 or 2 lap undercut if he can manage the tyres towards the end part of the race, and certainly based on what we saw before that second safety car, the TTR cars do seem to have the slightly a better run on long tyres here. That might just be the play here, but you can't afford to go too soon. I would have thought as James Scott up the inside, Richie Stanaway under brakes for turn number 1, and job done before the apex there. Not too much resistance from Stanaway. He'd rather work on making sure he gets a good exit to protect from Brady Myers. As speaking of drivers in the lane, Bradley Vaughan, Chris Coxhead and Hayden Harrison are joined also by Christopher Ireland. So out of the midfield, we get some more drivers down the lane here.
That we do. And very close between Vaughan, Coxhead and Harrison for pit stop times, and wow, they all exit their boxes at pretty much the same time, and they all have pretty much the same stop time at about 10.1 seconds. Have a look at how close they are as they come out of the lane. It'd be interesting to see whether or not there's some difference in whether or not front or rear tyres are taken between them. The ones who take front tyres would have a bit of a pointier car, which might help them in the hairpins, but the drivers who take rear tyres will definitely be helped in the acceleration zones. And my own twisted logic kind of dictates to me that rear tyres would be the way to go, because these cars are so powerful, you can't afford to have rear tyres that are anything other than their best. So Brian Borg now in 11th place, trying to hold off P12 Sean McNamara, with Bailey Frid once again on his V8SCOPS debut for Evolution Racing Team. Frid was brought out of the first race with a big flip coming into Pico de Bato, or Bico de Bato, my apologies, getting my butts and my purts confused. Yet again, the move is not quite there for Corey Shepherd.
Maybe, yeah, an indication perhaps that he's running a slightly, different setup philosophy here to the Synergy Sim Racing cars, or maybe just having to not quite the confidence under brakes. Wayne Burke certainly did also look quite good in the braking performance in most of the race when it came to attacking and defending in race 1. As speaking of drivers on the pit lane, Bailey Frid, Sean McNamara, Ken Latta, Cameron Veacock, Logan Barnett and Blake Delaney all down the lane that time, and all coming out with around 10 seconds up on the jacks there. It means that our net race leader of those who have pitted is Andrew Dyson, who is now up to 23rd place, having pitted all the way back on lap 3, although given that kind of strategy there, unless he's got some magic touch for those tyres, I do feel like that's going to be quite the challenge there as more drivers come down the lane with much pressure. Oh, trouble at Ferradura for several cars, including Justin Wallace and Brady Baldwin there, slow through the corners. They're all got going again there, but a little something that we might want to try and have a look at and see if that was worth a... Okay, a little bump on the run through the corner as the analytical race on Ozcars of Wallace and Tyler Blackburn were racing with Baldwin. And they've all gotten through. As you can see the racing continues. Jamie Dyke and Baldwin now down through Magulo. And yeah, so a bit of a spicy lap there.
Oh, Shepherd's in from second. Shepherd goes in for his stop.
Well, there you go. Someone pulling the pin over. We are basically on the halfway, almost at the halfway point of the race, and that's the kind of undercut I would expect. Quick replay on the right side of the screen. You see there, Justin Wallace unfortunately getting a tap to the right rear from Brady Baldwin, and thankfully that was all there was to it. Just a little bit of a unsettling of the rhythm there between those guys, and slightly roasted rear tyres on that Race on Oz car. Shepherd's come out in that same group of cars that we were just speaking about. He's going to slot in between Tyler Blackburn and Ben Smith, it looks like. Smith actually might beat him here on the exit out of pit lane. Yes, he will. So that's back to position number 14 for the 718. But Smith tries to defend him either here. This is not what Corey Shepherd needs. In fact, Shepherd gets bumped through the Cito de Lago. This is exactly the last thing Shepherd wants, and Smith is going to defend him all the way to the white line here, despite the fact that they're not racing on pit strategy.
Yeah, well, I think Corey Shepherd's logic here is he wants to be ahead, and a little bit of a bump there to Smith. Looked like that was more or less fair game, but it's going to lose Smith the position to Justin Wallace. Shepherd wants to be in a little bit of clear air so that he can continue to make up time. Coming out of the pits with a car in front of you that hasn't pitted yet is one of the worst things that can happen to you as a driver, because you've got to worry about finding your way past them. You've got to worry about losing lap time as a result of that, and it can affect your battles with the drivers you're really racing with further down the road.
Yeah, it's not much, but he lost 0.6 of a second. We'll talk about that later, because up the inside of Stanaway goes Brady Myers. So after defending valiantly there, the 63 has dropped back into P4 as the Trans-Tasman cars make their way up the field. Hayden Veld there is followed into the pits by Tyler Blackburn, Justin Wallace and Ben Smith. So in fact, all of those Race on Oz cars come into the pits after trying to fend off Corey Shepherd there for a moment. But, well, I was just going to say, speaking of it, Shepherd lost 0.6 of a second fighting with having to try and fend his way through those guys in just 2 sectors before he cleared them all. And he got a little bit of time back on the leaders through the final sector with fresh rubber, but not enough to make up that deficit. So he was on the bumper of Wayne Burke, but if Burke doesn't respond at the end of this lap, then, well, actually that will neutralise the time or the benefit that Shepherd gets from the undercut mixed with the penalty from having to scrap with the Race on Oz cars as they continue to circulate here and try and stretch this opening set of rubber. Your top 4, pardon me, it is your top 10 yet to pit. Shepherd is 11th and first on the road, yet to do so. And he's, just getting things a little bit crisscrossed. And then a few more drivers behind, yet to pit in the form of Brady Baldwin and Jamie Dyke, who are side by side out of Pinarino. Up to Bico de Pardo they go. Dyke looking to try and get the job done there, or actually defend from Baldwin. He got past once, but back through he goes. And they head down to Magulo and Junsao. And the race leaders staying out top 3, but Jordan Ross responds here on lap 13 to split the race straight down the middle for the 143 car here, Reese.
Well, let's see then what the pit stop time is like for Jordan Ross. For Corey Shepherd, it was 23.9 seconds cone to cone, and that's just about the quickest overall transit we've seen all night. Shepherd goes by Ross as he's now stopped in his box. Meanwhile, the battle continues between Vaughan and McNamara for 17th, and it's now 16th as Brady Baldwin is also in the lane and has completed his stop. So, Jordan Ross, 10.7 seconds stopped versus Corey Shepherd's 9.8.
Yeah, a little bit slower there, and it makes you wonder potentially some variance in the decision of what tyres to take there, influencing that time fat, but also critically, Shepherd a second a lap, 1 second faster on the previous lap compared to our leading drivers who have stayed out now. So it's just the 9 cars ahead of him here, and he has absolutely stomped them all for lap time. So, yes, a scruffy out lap for Shepherd thanks to the traffic he ended up in, but I believe that's been all neutralised as that's Hayden Veld making his way past Jamie Dyke. And oh no, contact for the 2 at Pinarino. Veld keeps on the curb and he gets going again, but now going to be under pressure from the newly released Jordan Ross. Teammates here, of course, want to try and work together, but Veld was at the back of the top 6, and, well, that kind of a bump there. We'll see him back down the order somewhat. They're also quite a ways behind Corey Shepherd as well. It's a tune of 8 seconds currently. As here comes a bunch of drivers, Kuznetsov and Brian Borg. They're also have followed, Richie Senaway in. So there's one of our top 4 finally responding as Synergy and TTR continue on their way. Shepherd is well clear of Stanaway here on pit exit. So again, lap time there for Shepherd, a 32.66. Another second taken out of the race leaders. This is going to be, well, I reckon at this stage, Reese, he's going to have at least a second to a second and a half up on these guys when they come out. They're going to be entirely reliant on being able to just like absolutely barnstorm the final couple of laps and not have to conserve as much.
Yeah, well, this mid-race has worked out really well for Corey Shepherd, despite the entanglement with Benjamin Smith on his outlap. Currently in 7th is Corey Shepherd, still leading the cars that have pitted The only car behind him that has yet to pit is Lee Ellis, who we saw getting turned around on lap 1. Unfortunately, Ellis has just decided, I'm going to go long now. I'm going to try and make up as much time as possible. But it is a Synergy 1-2 at the front of the field. Now, do either of them decide to go for the lane here? No, they do not. Brady Myers decides not to go in either. Madison Downs stays out as well. Madison's still lurking in the background here of this top battle, as that was a slight lock-up for Wayne Burke. Meanwhile, Dylan O'Shea making his way into the pit lane. Now, where will he come out is the big question. Remember, he was fighting for round about the last position in the top 10. Shepard is going to go by him. It looks like Stanaway is going to do the same. But O'Shea, now released from the lane, he's going to come out right in the thick of this fight here. He's going to have quite a few cars in front of him, Rick Kuznetsov being one of them, and Jordan Ross and Hayden Veld, who had been fighting for a bit.
Look at that there, side by side between Brian Borg, and that's Bailey Frid in the ERT Commodore there. That car is still looking pretty good there. I have to remember it's Sebastian Flock in the fellow ERT machine that was a bit roughed up there as inside, outside, or pardon me, outside to inside goes Brian Borg to Cedar Delago and opens the door through the corner. Gets the job done on exit there. Frid has no defense this time, at least, between the two of them. They've both now changed position there. And fastest sector 2 of the race, Dylan O'Shea here on his outlet race. So, a little wobble there, meanwhile, with McNamara in the 951 car as he tries to get past the other ERT machine of Brad Vaughan. Unfortunately, we didn't receive one of the ERT paints for Vaughan in time. So, all-white machine as your race leader. Wayne Burke brings it on the pit lane, but his teammate in James Scott stays out.
All right. So, Synergy looking to split the strategy just a little bit. Maybe James Scott is thinking he can do better on fresher tyres at the end. Well, Shepard is going to go past Wayne Burke here thanks to his far superior pace on those fresh tyres in the mid-race. Have a look at that gap. It's any wonder that Shepard was struggling to find his way past Burke before. Look at how much that extra pace has worked out for him. Burke just coming out of pit lane now, and there's every chance he might lose out to Richie Stanaway here if he's not careful.
Now he's gotten back across and looks all settled for the Cedar Delago there. So, Stanaway, that's crucial though. He will slot in here roughly net P3. I don't see James Scott or Brady Myers suddenly finding pace, having been released to hop Wayne Burke here. And if Stanaway can just stay on his bumper here, this is going to be quite beneficial for him. And I'm very confused. It's a well-known fact for the most part in almost every situation, I should say. It's not 100% certain rule, but in these kind of middling conditions, I would have thought with an undercut coming from Corey Shepard, you wouldn't let him stay out and respond. Burke has gained back a couple of tenths as Scott and Myers are into the pit lane. We'll see where they filter back out. But again, I think they'll slot in behind Wayne Burke. And if Stanaway stays with him here, they'll fall in behind him too. Madison Downs still going on, though, in the number 1 car. So maybe gambling on a safety car race that just hasn't come as into the jacks they go. And both cars pull it up just in time. We wait now for the release. 9.8 for Myers, 10.2 for Scott. They come out as they were, but you see there, I can't see on picture, but Wayne Burke threw in his, which he sent away. Going to be a drag race off the exit between Scott and Stanaway, just depending on the run for the 62 part on the outside, and he's through. He's going to get past James Scott there, so the undercut does what we expect it to do. And it just leaves me head scratching at the strategy from these guys who have stayed out long. Was it waiting on a safety car, you think?
Maybe. Considering how much the safety car was a factor in race 1 as, here we go, here's the fresh tyres coming to the fore with James Scott trying to find his way past Richie Stanaway. Is he going to go for the inside of the right-hander? He is indeed, and it looks like the door open for Brady Myers as well. He says, thank you very much, sir. I will take that too. And just slots in ahead. Yeah, I think they were banking on another safety car just because of that chaotic start to race 1. Maybe they thought it would carry on into race 2. Have a look at this then. This is a bit of a problem. It looks like Lee Ellis, unfortunately, getting turned around again, and that is super hard luck for Lee Ellis.
And look at that flood of cars. Through they go. Johnson immediately redressing that, but they both lose a pile of places as a result of it all. So there's that group of cars now on screen live. So we've got Cameron Veacock there at the front of the queue, and then Darren Lobb, Braley Baldwin, I think it's Chris Coxhead there, 209. Let you verify that. Pardon me, Brett Loxton is 209. Sebastian Flock, Damien Johnston in there. Now, hang on, where has Lee Ellis gone? Ellis has had a separate issue, I think. Ellis pitting late there. A little issue there for number 19 of Dylan O'Shea, as that was Madison down off the lane. And, well, yeah, look at how much going long has hurt him. He's got fresh rubber as we're on lap 19 and 26, but going to have to fend off Rick Kuznetsov here into Interlagos. And, well, fresh tyres actually means that's not too hard there for the number 1 machine. And a quick look at a virtual racing school replay between what happened with these guys out on track here at Turn 1 race.
Yes, so Kuznetsov on the inside, Ross on the outside, and O'Shea in the midst of it all. Bit of a tap there, and just got sent almost into the wall, but I think very well recovered there from Dylan O'Shea. Tried to find a way through, just didn't work for the time being. It's so hard to get a move done cleanly and without further ramifications in the first turn.
More trouble for that pack of cars that we were just talking about involving Lobb, Loxton, Veacock, Brady Baldwin, and oh dear, it's actually a big incident on the exit of turn 3 between Damien Johnson and Brady Baldwin at the end of it all. So unfortunately it's seen Baldwin tow back to the pit lane there on lap number 19 for them. So yeah, that group got spicy there into turn 1, and that's completely come undone. We have a quick look at it all here on the virtual racing school replay. So down towards bottom of shot, yeah, Baldwin and Veacock getting together, and then losing control there, and Johnson fires into Baldwin and then the fence. So both of their cars in a lot of damage there, and well, Baldwin has called that one quits for this race tonight, it would seem. Back to the front of the field, and well, I was a bit concerned about the undercut being strong. Maybe I spoke too soon. Wayne Berg has halved the gap with 7 laps to go here.
He has indeed.
More than half the gap.
Yeah, Director Jay Kennedy communicating to us that Burke gained 2 seconds in 2 laps. Here's the lap time comparison. So 0.8 per lap over the last couple of laps running. That is pretty stonking pace there, and it seems in these conditions those fresh tyres have a huge advantage. So Corey Shepherd will be hoping that he's got enough left in his tyres to defend from Burke at the very end. We are only coming up on 6 laps to go now, so time is rapidly running out here for Wayne Burke to hit all of his marks and try and get the move done on Shepherd again. At the same time, Shepherd needs to start looking in his mirrors very shortly.
Yeah, it makes you wonder here, I guess, is Shepherd been pacing himself? But looking at the lap times in the 133s again here, he dropped out of the 133s back on lap 15. It only took basically 2 flying laps after he came into the pits for him to drop back into the 33s. And yeah, it's stabilizing in the low 133s, but these guys behind are mid 132s. James Scott, low 132s. So you can see there, 8 tenths, 6 tenths, and it's nearly to 9 tenths back on lap 18. So yes, Wayne Burke is pushing it. Makes you wonder here, has Shepherd got something with that car that just means it's chewing its tyres alive, perhaps? And it's really more of a qualifying car than a race car, perhaps.
Well, the numbers do tell the story in that respect. Don't forget, Shepherd topped pre-qualifying and he got pole for both races. So evidently that Premier Racing Team Mustang is excellent in qualifying trim, but maybe not quite to his liking in the race. Maybe set up more to burn through those tyres over the course of a couple of laps and really get the pace and the gap that way. You can see then that the gap is now under a second. 7 tenths, 8 tenths thereabouts is what separates Shepherd and Burke as they come into Bico de Pato for the 21st time out of 26. Oh, we are on for another great finish, I'm sure.
Braking in the mid-corner. Meanwhile, there, Madison down, makes his way past Richie Stanaway. So up to 5th place for the number 1 car. 9 spots gained. Not the biggest mover in the race. That belongs jointly to Kurt Stenberg, Justin Wallace, and Jamie Dyke, but certainly has, or is the furthest up the field to be making a charge here. He's got maybe half a chance of closing things down, but no, 3.6 seconds to the guys ahead and only about half a second a lap faster at this stage. So going to take all of these guys compressing in. Another half second there for Wayne Burke. Still lapping mid-high 132s. Shepherd is stable at in the low 133s, but that's just the time he's losing all that advantage. And, well, unless Wayne Burke has shredded the rubber, which I don't think so, because his car continues to look very strong through the mid-corner and the initial exit, where maybe he's opted to go with 2 tyres, maybe right side tyres. It'd be something where I think I'd love to have a chat with these guys after the race, what their tyre strategy was like now that the race is all said and done here.
Yeah, I agree, because you know, the sim world, very different to real life. We can't see the pit crews. We can't see what tyres are being put where on the car. We also don't have an eye into team radios or anything like that. Really, that's ability to see all aspects of a race is something that in some ways sim racing has an advantage, in other ways real life racing has the advantage. But look at the gap now here between the leaders. Burke is absolutely pounding it out there. The Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, and he's going to be right behind Shepherd as they come up to the line. Could it be the slipstream and the lunge into turn 1 that does it for him? Well, Shepherd sees him coming. He's going to go defensive. Moves back towards the middle of the circuit, try and widen out the entry into turn 1. Burke is ahead at the turn-in point, and can he get it done round the outside? It looks like he will. Turn 2 is Wayne Burke's, and he is back into the lead.
And that was just looked like a piece of cake there, Reese. Just round the outside, confidence under brakes, and through the mid-corner, just to be like, you can have 2 car widths on the inside, but I'm still going to just get round the outside and get the job done for the second part of the Center S. And as a result, James Scott says, well, I'll take a normal line through those corners, and I guess it's my turn to have a go at you, Corey, because, yeah, just absolutely... And look at that there already. By the time we've got to the City of Interlagos, that's already 2-3 car lengths pulled away. It just such a difference in something. Well, presumably set up, maybe pit tyre choice, but whatever the combination of them, if there is a combination to speak of, it's just so much dividends here in the race trim. And so, less than 3.5 laps to go here, Reese. James Scott's turn to have a go at Corey Shepherd. As long as he can get the drive off these corners, well, he's definitely in with a good chance. And Brady Myers is only a second back from these guys, so if they start duking it out, TTR has got a chance of getting one of their cars to the podium here tonight, still in race 2.
That they do. Myers just sitting pretty in the background, but let's see then what the draft is like for James Scott. He's close enough to get some slipstream effect, but I don't think he'll be able to drop alongside Shepherd on the way into turn 1. It seems that he might be taking his time with this one. He does move to the inside and have a little look just to psych Corey Shepherd out, potentially. But through turns 1 and 2 they go. And who gets the better exit out of Curva de Sol? Looked like Shepherd got a bit crossed up over the curb there. The bump unsettled him. So now it's going to be defensive for Shepherd into Descida de Lago. And it's going to be James Scott trying round the outside. Round the outside moves are pretty rare at turn 4, but can the Synergy cars pull it off? Oh, looks like they can. My goodness, they actually rubbed fenders there for a second. And now it's going to be inside for James Scott. Tell you what, these Synergy cars are looking monumental in the late race.
They are indeed. It's also the right-hand corners in particular. Actually, it was a left-hand corner, pardon me, but I think also just thinking back to the way Wayne Burke was catching through the phase of that phase after the stops, through the right-handed turns in particular, like turn 8 back there, he was absolutely monstering the curbs and getting over it. And of course, once again, a side-by-side run through Descida de Lago has completely evaporated the gap that Brady Myers had to close up. So he is now right there for P3. And Madison Down is still a ways back, unfortunately. He's not going to be able to catch here. So it's realistically now, still could be a 3-way fight for P2, but watch the run here. Again, the run off of Jun Sao for Corey Shepherd. He's not really there to be able to challenge, and his eyes surely on the rear mirror as they come across the start-finish line. He does follow Scott this time by in the slipstream. Myers not close enough to challenge. So, once again, just deep under brakes. Get in there as best you can and really try and look at much better curb issue to turn 1. It tightens Shepard's entry through turn 2, and then that just means compromised speed all the way around the Curva de Sol and the Reta Reposta, of course, race, although he is certainly close enough to make Scott think about half defensive moves here down the straightaway.
I think Shepard, for the time being, is a little more concerned with trying to stay within range of the slipstream of James Scott, because he can see in his mirrors this very view that we're looking at now, but flipped. Brady Myers almost right on the bumper of our double pole sitter here tonight. Could this be a podium for Trans-Tasman Racing in a part of the season where it seems they've fallen off the wagon ever so slightly? Oh, so much gain there from Brady Myers. I mean, yes, TTR had a fantastic race at Road Atlanta, but almost everywhere else it's been sort of patchy for the team that once upon a time took the majority of the top 10 positions in the Drivers' Championship.
Well, Brady Myers is on did have the 2 race wins prior to coming into tonight.
He did.
Don't forget that. Did pick up the second of the Moss Sports sprint rounds and that Road Atlanta 250 win. So certainly Brady individually perhaps is certainly looking pretty good. But also, and yeah, Road Atlanta was a good round for them too. As we have to go now to the white flag there. There's your top 4. And Shepard again, full defense into turn 1. Myers deep under brakes. He's already ahead around the outside before we hit the apex of the center S. And as a result, he's going to get that job done through turn 2 again. Shepard vulnerable to the cars being able to press around the outside of turn 1 and use that downhill bank and camber to keep the car stable and under control there. And he's going to show the nose into turn 4 here at Interlagos, pardon me. But he doesn't have anything in response here. And so, well, yeah, so much for worrying about the undercut that I saw him pull off earlier, Reese, because it looks like all these guys have got his measure when it comes to tyre life and the race pace come the end of it all.
Indeed. You know, when I talk about Trans-Tasman, yeah, they've still taken wins this season. They've still gotten plenty of podiums, but I don't know. Something tells me, something is whispering to me that, you know, they're not quite as strong as they were last year or even in 2019. But Corey Shepard trying to get this back here from Brady Myers. Myers says no, thank you, shoving a little bit of Mustang across the track there. But it is going to be a podium for Trans-Tasman, it seems. Myers puts the power down nicely and is already driving away from Shepard. Driving away at the front of the field is Wayne Burke and James Scott. It's another 1-2 for Synergy Sim Racing, but this time it is flipped. Wayne Burke finally takes another win here at Interlagos, and it was purely on merit, on pace.
Yeah, that was a dominant performance in the second half. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Because, trouble for Brian. Hayden Veld, Andrew Dyson, and Bailey Flynn. Borgie goes around and he drops back to, he's dropped back to 14th place as a result of that one there. And, it's Boyle over right at the end in the mid-pack there. Just going to start talking the praises there of the Synergy guys up front. And, well, that was possibly a bit too soon to start talking. Oh, goodness me. Drama there on the exit of the Curva de Sol for several cars. Dylan O'Shea there, the DPR machine. So back to what happened on track before we got to the check the flag here, Reese, thanks to the Virtual Racing School replay. So Hayden Veld leads the gang here in P10 towards the line. Andrew Dyson gets up the inside of Borgie and into the left rear quarter panel, and that just completely unloads the car. Tries to correct it and pick it up, but they all get through. And, well, we saw a couple of the Jettas go across the start-finish line. Backwards. He's pulled off a full 360 here, and Bradley Vaughan is going to just sneak by before Borgie gets to the line there. So that's unfortunately -3 places for the 017 there.
Indeed. Well, very stylish recovery there from Brian Borg, doing a Keke Rosberg at Long Beach. Either way, the victory celebrations shall begin for Wayne Burke at the place where he took his very first top split win. Some might have said it wasn't truly a legitimate win that first time, thanks to the full reverse grid that win came with. But Burke has certainly silenced any doubters, if they even exist, with that performance. He takes the win, 7 tenths ahead of his new teammate James Scott. Brady Myers gets on the podium for Trans-Tasman Racing, with Corey Shepherd in 4th, and Madison Down will round out the top 5 after starting 14th. Another magnificent drive from our reigning series champion. Richie Stanaway able to hold on for a top 6, and another strong finish for Rick Kuznetsov. Finishes in 7th place, with Jordan Ross behind him, and then Dylan O'Shea and Hayden Veld round out the top 10.
Indeed, they did. 11th place goes to Andrew Dyson there, just ahead of that pack with Bailey Frid and Bradley Vaughan. And now Brian Borg making the full 360 to finish that one up in 14th place. And then the next group of cars, you see there, Sean McNamara just edging out Chris Coxhead, Brenton Hobson and Kenneth Lasser, along with Kurt Stenberg. So a big pack of cars that we missed the finish of that one there to bring us down to 19th place. And then the next one in line, Hayden Harrison, a bit of a quiet finish for him to round out the top 20 for race 2 tonight.
21st place was Michael Taliancic. Luke Mitchinson comes home behind him. Ian Ford, unfortunately losing spots, has to settle for 23rd. Christopher Ireland made up some great spots from outside the top 30 to 24th. Tyler Blackburn makes up 4 spots to come home in 25th. Darren Lobb got a penalty towards the start of the race, 26th for him, with Brett Loxton gaining 1 spot. Benjamin Smith, Justin Wallace and Jamie Dyke will round out the top 30.
31st place tonight goes to David Kirby. Makes up some spots to get there, so I think he'll be relatively happy with that one. Sebastian Flock started 24th, so a 32nd place result for him is not what he would like to see, but that car of his was definitely in the wars tonight early on. Blake Delaney, after his split 2 result, and looked like it was a good finish for him in the race 1. Unfortunately, up 5 spots still, but a 33rd place finish at the end of that one. Just ahead of Cameron Veacock there for 34th. Small slip backwards for him in the 87. Logan Barnett towards the back of the field tonight, but in 35th for him, ahead of Lee Ellis, who I think probably one of the drivers to be in the wars the most, but he still finishes this one on the lead lap there. And we get into our non-finishes of Damian Johnson and Brady Baldwin after that late incident at the curve at Seoul there for them too. So it's 37th and 38th. Bradley Sanders, an early retirement, unfortunately, for the Race on Oz entry there, 39th for him. And Hayden Sell, 24 laps down, retiring very early into this race, unfortunately, for him, having debuted this week for 9.5 Sim Sports. So, just double check. We should hopefully have a couple of people to talk to tonight, but no, we do not have anyone to talk with so far. So, I say that, and there we go. We get our drivers in for the podium. So I think I'll hand it to you, Reese, to there you go. First speak with our winner of the second race here, Wayne Burke.
Yeah, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Well, congratulations, Wayne. Winning again at Interlagos, the scene of your first SCOPS victory. It must feel good, especially considering that in race 2, you clearly had a good pace advantage on those fresher tyres.
Yeah, it's great to get another win. Both of them now coming at the same track, which is a bit of coincidence. Yeah, all in all, it was a really good night. Like, the synergy cars are pretty strong. Especially with James, like finishing 1-2 in both races, which is pretty awesome. And yeah, the tyres at the end on Corey was quite a good advantage.
Yeah, it did seem like, we'll think back to race 1 because, it seemed that there was a bit of a tyre advantage over Shepherd at the end in race 1 as well, with some fantastic moves from you. Interlagos, a track that's generally really good for overtaking, but the Synergy cars seem to be especially strong here. What kind of preparations were you guys putting in?
Just like, I suppose, just the normal amount of practice. I think a little bit I seem to click here, which helps. I think I'm good under brakes, which helps here too. So I think it's just a bit of everything. The setup was really good this week too. And just, yeah, myself clicking with the racetrack really helped. And it was good, clean racing. Like even like Corey gave me heaps of room on the outside when I passed him, and I think Mads in the first race was just an honest mistake, and these things happen in hard racing.
That they do, but still good to see that there's a lot of respect out there amongst the drivers in this series. Well, Sebring is coming up next, Wayne. What are your thoughts on that place? You hoping for a good result there too?
Yeah, of course. I think I've had pretty good pace there in the past. And I like the racetrack, so yeah, looking forward to Sebring. It should be a really good race for us.
that it should. Well, before we let you go, Wayne, anyone you'd like to thank from your garage?
I just had to thank the Synergy guys and our sponsors, JK Signs, Aftershock PC, New and Oils. Yeah, thanks everyone.
Wayne Burke there, taking victory here in race 2 at Interlagos. Brilliant performance, and it was also a brilliant performance on debut for Synergy Sim Racing for James Scott. He came home with the win in race 1 and second in race 2. Dan's going to have a chat to him about that.
Indeed, I shall. Well, yeah, certainly a change there in colours for you, James, and been away from the SCOPS season up until this date so far. If you don't mind me asking, was there anything you can say publicly about sort of what inspired you to make the team change before rejoining the series this year?
No, nothing really. And I'm not just hiding that. Just I wanted to get back into racing the V8, and yeah, a few things took place, and I thought it'd be great opportunities to get back in racing the series, and yeah, I'm glad I did. That was a good race tonight.
Indeed it was. Well, yeah, certainly looking at tonight's racing, indeed. Good qualifying, or pre-qualifying pace in particular, and then also converting with good qualifying pace. So the one-lap speed was there in the car, and plenty of competition at the front of the field tonight, but then looks like, yeah, as we were just speaking with Wayne, you guys at Synergy had dialed in a very good race car as well. Sort of just talking us through the races there, certainly a bit elbows out in the first one there to get through to the front, but yeah, how was that from the driver's seat there tonight?
It was really good. I was a little bit annoyed at myself. I didn't quite maximise qualifying. I thought I had still a fair bit left in it that I just couldn't get out of it, which was a bit annoying. But luckily we got 2 good laps in and started at the front for both races. Of course, it was in the first race there. It was pretty chaotic in that middle phase with the TTR guys, and yeah, it was a real shame for Wayne because he led most of the race in that first race, and then just a little error from Madison. I know he's not intentional, so I'm sure Wayne's not too angry, but I got a bit lucky with that one, which is a shame for him, but it was good that he could get a win in the second one as well. But the car was really good. It was one of the best cars I've had, so yeah, it was a pleasure to drive, that's for sure.
Yeah, you made it look pretty easy there in race 2. I was a bit worried just watching on after seeing Corey make the undercut with the early stop there, but I guess I really should have thought about what I saw in race 1 when it came to long stint pace from most of the guys at the front of the field, and then just, yeah, the way you absolutely ran him down there in that second half of the race, and then it really looked like you guys absolutely able to monster him even around the outside and off the racing line through the corners here.
Yeah, that's it. We sort of worked out that probably in the first race we saw that he probably didn't have the best tyre life. We thought we had a bit of an advantage there, and with the slightly hotter track in this second race, we thought that it might be a bit more pronounced as well. So we used that. He came in really early, so we ran long, and yeah, I was surprised, but how quickly we caught him. But it was also good to see the relative coming down as well.
Indeed. Well done there, James. Rapid turnaround for the next round when the series heads to Sebring. Will we get a chance to see you again for that next event?
Yeah, I'm sure. I want to try and make as many rounds as I can. I do have a few busy weekends coming up. I'm not quite sure what the dates are for that round, but certainly if I'm not too busy, I'll be on the grid, that's for sure.
Well, there we have it. Before we let you go, James, chance to thank partners and sponsors who helped you get it done tonight.
Obviously all the guys at Synergy Sim Racing. It's been a pretty seamless transition, really. It's been great to work with all the guys there, and obviously all our great sponsors as well, with Wave Runner Performance, Smith & Sons, Too Easy Finance, West End Mazda, Positive Mechanical, and obviously all the series admin, and you guys for putting on the great broadcast, and obviously congrats to Wayne and Brady for filling out the podium places as well.
There you have it. Thank you, James. P1, P2 means you actually will tie with Wayne for the round points there. So a very good result for Synergy all round there. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Well, there is second place from race number 2 there, Reese, and we do have our third place getter from that one there with Brady Myers, ready to join you here for one final interview, Reese.
Indeed, a 7th and a 3rd for you tonight, Brady. Pretty good night, all things considered.
Yeah, all things considered. Haven't had much time this week to get on around Interlagos, but yeah, pretty much tonight went as well as I thought it could. Got roughed up a little bit in race 1, but we seemed to bounce back nice and in race 2, and yeah, pretty happy with the results tonight.
As you should be. It was a very good performance, particularly that one in race 2, because me and Dan were talking about tyre stints and all that sort of stuff coming into this race. It does seem that pitting later was the better strategy in race 2. Did you and Madison work that out amongst yourselves before the race started, or was it more of a just sit tight and see what happens kind of affair?
We sort of had a prior knowledge that, running along at this track generally you run a bit better, so we wanted to hold tight as long as possible and see where we ended up. But I think I got a bit worried with about 5 or 6 to go, because I thought Corey pulled a Houdini on us, and yeah, I thought he almost had the win there. So yeah, in the end the overcut proved quite powerful to us, so I think, yeah, that worked well in our favour.
I got some good news to tell you, Brady. It involves a bit of bad news for Madison. Of course, he got a post-race time penalty for his contact with Wayne Burke in race 1, and combining all of that, it means that you now lead the championship by 9 points going into the next round at Sebring, so that must put an extra little spring in your step.
Oh, for real? That's that's pretty wild. I've never had that happen before, so that's quite good information. I like that.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, it's before drop round points are applied, but we don't apply drop rounds until later on in the season. So I guess now Sebring is your main target. How do you think you're going to go there?
Yeah, I feel like Sebring will be quite good to us as a team, so we'll be all eyes on trying to maximize our performance at the track, and yeah, we've seen in the past we've had some quite good results there, so we'll be looking to capitalize on that for sure.
Well, before we let you go, Brady, anyone you'd like to thank who helped you get it done tonight?
Yeah, just big shout out to everyone at TTR for the VRS that worked a treat this week, and that's basically what we ran, bar a few changes. But yeah, big shout out to everyone at TTR, to my personal sponsor Extreme Motor Trimming. They've been really good to me the past 12-15 months, so really appreciate it. To Virtual Racing School, to Lee Ellis Designs, to Card Effects, to you guys for the broadcast. Yeah, thanks everyone. It's pretty awesome. Awesome to be leading a championship.
Enjoy it, drink it in, Brady. Thanks very much for joining us. That was Brady Myers there from Trans-Tasman Racing, still one of the top teams in this championship. They hold the top 2 positions, with Jared Filsell's absence, of course, excluding drop rounds. Well, that's going to bring to an end proceedings for tonight here, Dan. My goodness, that championship standings graphic, it certainly mixed things up as Interlagos. Wayne Burke now up to 3rd with that 2nd and 1st. Oh, could this be the start of a good run for Synergy Sim Racing?
Well, certainly in the hands of Wayne and Jordan, if we're talking championship-wise, they're definitely putting themselves in a prime position, of course, to be able to maximize their standings here. Obviously, plenty of a couple of teams in there in particular. Yeah, Trans-Tasman, Synergy, simracing.com, DPR with Andrew Dyson there. And then you also got Evolution is represented through Ethan Gregolt there. So it is a handful of teams there in terms of what makes the series tick. But yeah, certainly it's shaping up to be a real thriller of a championship. And yeah, guys like Wayne Burke, who we haven't seen towards the pointy end of the championship, really coming on strong here in this opening 3rd. In fact, well, this closes off the opening 3rd race, and yeah, rapid turnaround to the next round of the series thanks to this rescheduling. Interlagos, we're back within just let me just double check that to make sure. And yes, indeed, we are back next Sunday night for round 6 of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS series. 250 kilometers of racing, single race around the Sebring International Raceway race, 125k for the Split 2 event to get us started on that night. And of course, the support series will be joining us on Friday night too. It's going to be a bumper calendar, and yeah, we do it all again in just a week's time.
That we do, and if you're interested in catching more racing action from Sebring, tune in on Friday night as well, because we got the Logitech G V8SCOPS support series. Well, that's going to bring things to an end here, featuring the V8s and the Jetta Cup on Friday, and of course Split 2 followed by Split 1 at one of the most fantastic airfield circuits in the world, certainly one of the best road courses in the United States. Well, this is where we say our goodbyes here on SimSpeed TV. We want to give a big thanks to our series sponsors, Virtual Racing School and Too Easy Finance, also to Bowler Media for all of the screenshot business. Thank you very much for your services. I'm Reese Gardner, it's Dan Yeaman alongside me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy handling production behind the scenes. From all of us here at SimSpeed TV, bye for now, but not forever. We will see you at Sebring.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now. He's got traction. He's going the outside of both of them. Maloney. Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up to him. Oh my God.
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go. Oh no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?